Good morning, members. The committee is resumed on the Resource Management Auckland Housing Amendment Bill. When we suspended last night, we were debating Part 2. Once again, the question is that Part 2 stand part. Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So just to remind the House that last night we'd just started on Part 2. We'd had the discussion on Part 1, which includes the schedule to the bill. So we are now on Part 2. And this is where the big stuff in the bill is, Mr. Chair, because of course it is the decrease in the amount of intensification that Auckland must plan for. And it's significant that we heard in some of the second reading speeches a lot of talk about how this government was coming in and fixing things. So I would like to ask the Minister and the Chair about that process, because I know the Minister and the Chair is not the Minister whose name is on the bill, but he is certainly a member of the Cabinet. And this is a Cabinet that were introduced in 2024 in Resource Management Amendment Bill that linked to the Auckland Plan to say, well, don't worry about the NDRS, as long as you do the same amount, you being the Auckland Council, as long as Auckland Council provides for the same amount of capacity, then that'll be okay. So that legislation went through a full select committee process, which I know is quite unusual for this government. But then, and there were changes made by the select committee, but then when we were at this stage, at the committee stage, a large amendment paper came in from the government, and one of the changes in that amendment paper was to this Auckland, what Auckland needs to plan for. So my question to the Minister is, why, when that legislation was only passed in August 2025, are we back here in this House? We're still in March, the rest of the country is on the 1st of April. Why are we back here changing it again? What is it that has changed so much that between August and March we have to change things? And not only that, somehow in March we have to be here in all stages urgency. So if it was a technical mistake, and there was a technical mistake that the papers say was a technical mistake, I don't think it was a technical mistake, but the papers say it was a technical mistake about the permitted status of NDRS, which is in Part 1 and we've already discussed. That is a different issue from a policy change. So there was a technical mistake that could have justified the use of all stages urgency, but that is not why this bill is in front of us now. This bill is in front of us now because of a policy change between August 2025, when this government was in government, and March 2026, when it is the same government. So that is one of my questions for the Minister. Moving on to, I'm looking here at Clause 6, and this is on page 3 of the bill. So the most important clause in this bill is subsection 3, and that is where the schedule to the Resource Management Act that was amended in August 2025 is changed. And so this is where we get to this number of 1.4 million. So my question here to the Minister is, I think I've heard this Minister say before, certainly some of his colleagues, that it is good to use plain language. Yet, here we have provide a minimum housing capacity of 32.5% less than the housing capacity that would have been enabled if Plan Change 78, as notified, were made operative. And that is replacing words that say provide at least the same amount of housing capacity that would have been enabled if Plan Change 78, as notified, was made operative. So in the 2025 legislation, it was at least the same amount. And we've heard from the Minister that that is 2 million. So here I have 2025 at 2 million, and here this 32.5% less is 2026. Why not say 1.4 million? That is the question on the wording here. Then I have another question that goes with that. Given that I'm interested in timing, and I've spoken about timing at the start of this contribution, when did the number change? Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Rachel Brooke.
Thank you. When did the number change between what we see here and the regulatory impact statement? So, 2025 legislation, 2 million. Regulatory impact statement, which is dated February, is 1.6 million. And then this piece of legislation is 1.4 million. February, March, 200,000 difference. And my understanding is that the Minister for Resource Management Reform and Housing, I'm not sure which hat he's got on here, but he gave a speech, and it's all on the Beehive website, just 6 weeks ago, and was referring to this 1.6 number. Now, he gave that speech, and my understanding is that Auckland Council took him at his word. They knew that there'd been barbecues over summer and that there was this change in approach from 2 million to have a reduction to 1.6. But so they were going around working on the 1.6. And then on Monday, this is my version of history, I'm very happy for the Minister to correct me if I've got this wrong. On Monday, there was a cabinet meeting and suddenly it dropped to 1.4. Where is the analysis between the RIS, the regulatory impact statement of 1.6, where the preferred option is still 2 million, and this 1.4 that just popped out of nowhere, popped out of someone in Cabinet's head and made it through that process and into this bill? That is an important question. Now, while I still have the floor, I'm also interested in how this 1.4 works as a minimum. So we've heard the speeches from the government backbenchers in the second reading that why are you all complaining over there in the opposition about this? It's only a minimum. And we did hear from Phil Twyford yesterday talking about a donut effect. But I do want to work this through, Mr. Chair, that if the minimum is now 1.4, not 2, as it was last year, not 1.6, as it was going to be last week, but 1.4, and we have already heard, and we see in the papers here, that if you give effect to the NPD-UD, and if you upzone all those areas around the train stations, then you're already going to get more than 1.4. So the argument is, and I'm very interested in the Minister's response to that, is because there's already that capacity around the train stations, around those rapid transport routes, that the council will be incentivised to not upzone, to not intensify those areas that are not by the specified train routes, but that are still close to the CBD, that are still close to the town centre, where we've had for decades now economists say to us, if you want to really improve our productivity, then that is where you house people. If you want to improve our housing affordability and how our cities work, that is how you house people. So I can talk in specifics here to the Minister, who I know lives nearer Auckland than I do. We have articles here about Parnell, and we can see that many councillors do not want to upzone in Parnell because there is a lot of community talk about this. So is the effect, and is the intended effect, and is this what happened, was on Cabinet on Monday, the rationale that, well, if you have the minimum so low that it's going to be clearly surpassed by existing resource management instruments, then there is no way that those elected councillors are going to be able to upzone what some refer to as leafy suburbs. Those leafy suburbs that many different governments have been trying to intensify because of those good economic reasons that I've heard the Minister now and the Chair talk about many times. So I would like some comment on that point as well. Is this the intention, that those suburbs do not now get intensified because the capacity is already met through the NPSUD and through those rapid transport areas?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and happy to answer the questions which I understand the member asked. In relation to the percentage and why it doesn't just say 1.4, the reason is essentially a legal technical reason, which is in relation to the process that's underway, because essentially what Parliament's doing is legislating in the middle of a plan change process which has started, and we had a bit of a discussion at the back end of last night about making sure the submissions that had been made in response to the withdrawal of PC 78 and the starting of PC 120 could be valid, and there was quite legitimate concerns from the members' colleagues around making sure the submissions were valid. The way to ensure that they are valid and listened to is to keep the equivalent capacity number in the law, but then reduce it down by percentage terms rather than go to 1.4 as a number. It just means that the process can continue. That's the advice I've had. So in practical terms, the percentage just reduces the number down to about a minimum of 1.4. But as I've said, repeatedly, the other legal requirements also kick in around the NPSUD and the other existing legislative requirements around the city rail link stations. So that will result in the number being roughly around 1.6. Why are we back here? Well, I think the member knows why we're back here. This is an attempt to land something that is met with broad consensus, not universal consensus or not universal support or a program the other way, but something that the majority of reasonable people can say, you know what, this is a good step forward for Auckland. Auckland needs to grow, and it needs to grow in the right places, and I don't think it's worth spending a huge amount of more time on that. In relation to Parnell and other areas, that the key point of this is that where Auckland grows, within some parameters set by Parliament, like the CRL, and parameters set by the NPSUD, which has bipartisan support, that is over to Auckland as to exactly where it grows, and that is a legitimate decision, or a series of legitimate decisions for Auckland Council and its communities and local boards and all the rest of it. In Parnell, for example, there's a train station. It's near the central business district, so I'm sure there will be upzoning in Parnell as there will be in other suburbs, but the precise mix of that and the blend and where and what streets, all of that is essentially over to Auckland Council, and there'll be a range of qualifying matters in some of those suburbs as well that Auckland Council has already decided to impose through the Auckland Unitary Plan, which they may decide to keep, but the exact mix of all of that are legitimate decisions for Auckland. We're not mass upzoning a variety of areas. The Council's doing that.
Priyanka Reddy-Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question follows on from what the Minister just said, and is in relation to that same clause that specifies 32%, can't find the actual clause, but the same one that Rachel Brooking was just talking about as well. I take the Minister's point that around the difference or the discrepancy in terms of the figures, and also what the Minister has just said, that Parliament provides some of the guardrails, specifically the specified CRL train stations and the proximity to the CBD. My question is around developers like the Tamaki Regeneration Company, major landowner, major housing provider, aims to build or deliver replace about 2,550 existing homes with 10,500. The Minister will be aware of the work that they've done around Point England, Mount Wellington and so on. They want to expand further in Panmure. One of the things that I've heard from them is a little bit of uncertainty around what they are able to do. Panmure is not one of the specified CRL train stations. The area I understand that they are keen to expand into isn't necessarily particularly close to the Panmure train station either. They have, of course, submitted to Plan Change 120, but given all of the other changes that are in the works, I think there's a little bit of uncertainty from what I gather from them in terms of where. So the Minister said that decisions around specific locations will then be for Auckland Council and local boards to decide. But then where does that leave organisations like TRC who are already planning? And that's my question.
Honourable Minister.
So similar point. So obviously I'm familiar with the Tamaki Regeneration Corporation, which, I think has had an interesting ride over the last 10 to 12 years, set up with good intentions in 2014 by the previous national government, with the broad intention of turning roughly 2,500 old state houses into about 10,000, much more greater density and much greater economic use of the land, both for market housing and affordable housing and for social housing. They are now starting to make progress. I don't think anyone would be satisfied with their rate of progress to date. Actually, what it revealed once that process started was quite a lot of the underlying issues that we're dealing with as a country, most notably the infrastructure, because it turned out when they actually started to do the building that the infrastructure wasn't there, so they spent quite a lot of time putting in place the enabling infrastructure to allow the building. Leaving that aside, they do have this mandate to expand. It's a jointly owned company between the Crown and Auckland Council. Obviously, I wasn't aware that they've made a submission to Plan Change 120, but it doesn't surprise me. A whole range of organisations will have made submissions. I'm fairly sure Kāinga Ora has made a submission because they are interestingly one of the most affected government bodies by these things, and actually one of the reasons why Kāinga Ora sometimes struggles to hit their build targets, and this is true both in this government and in the previous government, is consenting problems at councils, because they get the runaround from council staff who ask them things like, we're very worried about where the planter boxes are on the driveway, and we're very concerned about the concrete on the property being the same colour as the grass on the property, and we're very worried about not who might live there, but we're very worried about I've got a whole list that I published the other day about totally extraneous nonsense reasons that councils go through in order to stymie housing growth. So people think it's just private developers that get the runaround from council staff. It's not. It's also Kāinga Ora. And the thing that really gets me is this is for social housing for the most vulnerable tenants in our community, often extremely vulnerable people. And you would have thought that councils should be bending over backwards to make sure those developments can get off the ground and get actually up and running. But Kāinga Ora gets the runaround big time from councils, and I'm pretty infuriated about it, as you can probably tell. So anyway, I'm sure what's that? In Wellington? Well, don't get me started on Wellington, because the same problem happened in Wellington with Dwell Housing in Kilburnie, and I've publicly talked about Dwell Housing being given the runaround from Wellington City Council about social housing in Kilburnie from memory, in which the council asked a whole series of things, and it took them like 18 months to get resource consent for social housing. Leave aside the funding issue, which I know the member's concerned about, but you can't actually build anything without resource consent. So don't get me started. This is part of the reason why RMA reform is before the Parliament, because everyone is affected by nonsense council decision makers giving people the runaround and focusing on things often internal to sites. And you might notice the new planning legislation removes from the purview of councils stuff internal to a site. So which way your living room faces, where your TV faces, the size of your bedrooms, all that sort of stuff. Those are not legitimate roles of the planning system. They're not. The planning system should be focused on externalities, not on things internal to a site. So which colour you paint your front door is not a relevant decision for planners. And this constant desire, well, if you think it is a legitimate role, you're welcome to those views, but hang on a minute. Anyway, I'll stop. TRC will have made a submission. The appropriate place for them to work that through with the council is the independent hearings panel. I'm sure they will make an oral submission. In relation to Panmure train station, it's exactly the same point. So they will make a submission around that. This is a decision for Auckland Council and the Independence Hearings Panel and the communities of Auckland as to exactly what happens there. The other point that's worth noting is just because a plan says something is a permitted activity or it's easier to go up to a certain height limit doesn't mean you can't do that if you want to. You just got to go and get a resource consent. So, and there's a whole process around that as well. So we are liberalising the rules in this plan change and through this bill and the subsequent PC 120. But you know, theoretically, you can go and get resource consent for all sorts of things in all sorts of places, as long as you can get it through the council. So TRC will be in that position too.
Tabitha Paul.
Mr. Chair, just I'm going to go specifically to this, but just on that answer around councils, I agree that there were some valid points where you're just saying. I agree, council shouldn't be handbrake to housing, and they shouldn't be able to control every little element and aspect of development. But there are some important precedents or rules that councils can set, like things like minimum room sizes. Otherwise you'll end up in a space where you've got like in South Korea, tiny little boxes that people have to live in that are underground, where people get no light, no fresh air, nothing, and they're living in tiny little boxes. So there is some argument for council to be able to stipulate things like that, but not things like you say, like the concrete matching the grass or the colour of the door. Totally agree on that. Right, so to the bill, my question is around on page 3 of the bill under clause 6, subclause 5.8, the one that says basically for the purpose of calculating the housing capacity so plan change 120 is using the same capacity modelling methodology as was used under plan change 78, and that's what I really want to ask questions about is in the debate on the first reading and second reading of this bill, there was a bit of debate about, what are the underlying kind of statistics or modelling data that underlies this change. And I note that we're carrying over the assumptions around capacity modelling from PC 78 to PC 120. But I'm sure we can agree, hopefully, that migration patterns or expected demand in terms of housing or population may have changed in the conditions that existed under PC 78 and the conditions that exist today. So interested to know what's the rationale between carrying over that modelling, because it may have changed, like fundamentally changed now. So I want to test that assumption. And what is the model that's being used? Can you talk to us a little bit about what that methodology looks like? The other assumption I want to test with you is assumptions around capacity and this concept of latent capacity. And to tell the House what that means, latent capacity refers to the belief that existing urban networks contain unused capacity that can accommodate additional development without equivalent investment in new infrastructure. And I know that you have been the Minister has been talking about infrastructure, and we need the right infrastructure to accommodate the growth and so on and so forth. So I want to ask, what are the underlying assumptions as to the transport capacity, the education capacity in terms of the schools, the hospitals, the green spaces, the libraries and community facilities, all of the things, because I think we both, me and the Minister, I hope, would agree that in intensification, you have to also provide for community spaces as well. Otherwise, you're just literally going to be living in a, to use maybe the phrasing that you might use, a socialist Soviet block of towering social housing or whatever it is. So I just want to test that the assumptions, brutalist Russian architecture or whatever, just want to test what the underlying capacity assumptions actually are, because that's a really important part of this conversation, because my understanding is that there's not yet been a conversation specifically about at what point in the population growth or housing development enabled by this plan will it trigger upgrading or recalibrating the infrastructure that exists. So keen to hear, just to be super clear, what are the underlying assumptions around infrastructure capacity now, and what's the plan when this modelling eventuates, if it does? Hopefully it does.
Yeah. Well, let me start with the last point. I mean, the key point here is we're not master planning Auckland in this bill, okay? Auckland Council is planning Auckland, and that is a really important thing to just remember. So I don't have there are no underlying assumptions in the bill around where the infrastructure is in Auckland. That exists now, and the council has that information, and they are the appropriate body to work that through with local communities. It is true, and officials have done some analysis on this, it is true to say that the new Plan Change 120 that is now underway is better calibrated to where the existing infrastructure is than PC 78, for example. So Plan Change 78 at a high level had 2 million homes spread broadly throughout Auckland in a much more blanket way. This focuses the intensification much more tightly around where the infrastructure is, in a broad sense. That's obviously not true for some areas, but in a broader sense, the officials have indicated, and Auckland Council has indicated this, where the big wastewater and stormwater networks are, where the existing infrastructure is there, where the busways are, the city rail link stations are, for example. Broadly, the housing capacity is more closely calibrated to where the existing infrastructure is. As to future infrastructure, that's a forward-looking decision, and as I think the member knows, having capacity in the system is one thing. Actually turning the capacity into actual houses depends on any number of different factors, from market economics to immigration, supply, demand, bank interest rates, finance, all of those things. And another big factor is, of course, infrastructure. So if there's no infrastructure there to support it, like if you can't actually connect to a wastewater network, for example, you basically can't build. So you need the infrastructure there as well. Again, the importance of this plan is to indicate where the growth will be so that can sink into the infrastructure planning to make sure that the infrastructure goes into the right place. So there's a symbiotic relationship between capacity and infrastructure, and we've got to do both at the same time. And that is actually what Auckland is doing right now. Like, the Central Interceptor is near complete and is underway and is going to be big for Auckland. Watercare's got a huge bow wave of capital investment coming, for example, because that's the biggest constraint in Auckland. And of course the government's got CRL opening the Eastern Busways. The last stage of that's just been signed off. We're making progress on the Northwestern Busway, for example. At some point we are going to have to deal with the Dominion Road corridor. Auckland Light Rail, members may disagree, but Auckland Light Rail in its previous guise was not the right model for that. It got too big and too expensive, but there is... What's that? Well, respectfully, no one really supports the idea of a massive overground, underground, at grade, all the way to the airport, all the way to the North Shore, which is what it became. I mean, the solution for that corridor started life as a $300 million, basically a tram, which was probably defensible and supportable, and it ended up as a $30 billion and counting massive transport project that the country can't afford. So now the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. I would tend towards the $300 million option rather than the $30 billion options. We are going to have to confront that in due course. In relation to the members' other points, look, just in terms of South Korea and minimum apartment sizes, the member's right around sanitation. That is dealt with separately in our legislation, the Building Act, as my colleague Cam Luxon says. I have a bit of a libertarian view about this. It's not a legitimate role of the planning system to say to communities, you are not allowed to live in a shoebox apartment because we as a council have decided that shoebox apartments are bad. Shoebox apartments are not necessarily bad. If there's a market for them, people will build them and people will live there. If there isn't a market for them, people won't live there. People won't live in them. Likewise, people should be able to make the trade-off about a balcony or not. So there's economic research to suggest that minimum balconies in apartments, for example, in Auckland, raise the overall cost of an apartment by roughly between $40,000 and $60,000. Now, if you want to have an apartment, fine, go and live in an apartment with a balcony, but people and developers and communities and the market should be able to make the legitimate choice to decide, you know what, actually, I'd rather get into an apartment and not have a balcony. People should be able to make those trade-offs because I'd rather people make that choice, and that raises housing choice. That is the fundamental thrust of this government's policy, is housing choice. Shoeboxes, moderate apartments, luxury apartments, townhouses, terraces, bigger apartments, mansions. Just let people build. Just let it go.
Helen White, and I must say, we're broadening out, so it's quite hard for the chair to keep things narrow when the minister goes very broad. So,
thank you, Mr.
Helen
Chair.
White.
The first thing I want to ask the Minister is whether he accepts that the stations that are being centrally dictated to build around are not CRL stations. Most of them actually, the CRL ends, and then they're the stations beyond that. And those stations have got no infrastructure around them. There's no grade separation, which means the trains could continue through. So it's not actually possible for those trains to speed through those areas and get people there as fast as the CRL. So those works that you would expect to be a commitment to upgrade at the same time as any focus centrally, and things like schools, which are centrally funded, centrally planned, we would expect to see those in the area of Mount Albert alongside this kind of focus centrally, if that was the case. The second thing I wanted to point out is while there is a new interceptor, the people building that have made it abundantly clear that it is not going to cope with the level of water in storms. It does not do that. There is no stormwater system in my area, and I've got, because it's rock, there's a lot of the space in that area where you actually cannot, there is flooding that is very particular. So I wanted to ask about the commitment in terms of the number of houses and whether there had been any attempt to look at the actual number of houses. Now, this is something that I address in my submission under the old rules. So it went out from as a sort of collaborative effort to gather up the main points that were of concern to my constituency. And one of them was this number, 2 million, 1.4 million, is just theory, because in fact there are a whole lot of places which cannot be built on because of flood issues. Now, I appreciate that there's still the capacity to put that in, but has there been any investigation into what the actual number of houses that can be built is? And I want to come back to the Minister's logic as I understood it. Now, I know that we're both very interested in the book abundance and the idea of taking zoning out of the equation and allowing there to be a lot more land available. It's an interesting idea. But does the Minister concede at this point that's just been we've got an absolute fail here. We've got a number with a big question mark over it of what that capacity looks like. Zoning will not be taken away in the same way, and we may have actually eroded the very fundamental concept here, because there simply isn't going to be a whole lot of cheap land available and a market produced for cheaper land. So we're not going to see the cost of those houses come down in that way. Now, I know the Minister has talked about how there will be other levers pulled for affordable housing in this area. And I guess my constituents would be horrified by the idea of shoebox apartments. That's not what they want in their community. They want well-planned community, which has green space, that has a really good life for people living in it. So I suspect most of them would reject that and be horrified that that was coming to their area soon. I also want to ask the Minister about why, if there is this commitment here to build housing, and he said this is all about flexibility and actually practically getting it done, why we've put a hold on the Wesley project, which was well planned, which is an amazing project. We should be very proud in Labour to have made that all the way to really getting the shovels in on the ground, and it stopped. And that area has a whole lot of capacity for housing. It's 11,000 houses, as I understand it, that could be built there, and they would be affordable. What is the relationship between this kind of legislation and putting a hold on that? Isn't it possible to at least build houses we're ready to build that are affordable, that are good for disability, that are all well planned, rather than shoebox apartments, which is what the Minister seems to be offering instead? I also thank you. I'll let the Minister go. I'd like to come back.
Well, a few things there. One is I encourage the member to talk to her colleagues about the economic evidence around upzoning, because she seems to be denying what is now broadly accepted by public policy experts, that upzoning and making greater use of the land we've already got improves affordability over time. As I said to her colleague yesterday, I refer her to the research of Dr Ryan McGreevy and others, and Dr Stuart Donovan, who found that the Auckland Unitary Plan brought up zoning, which is now internationally studied, by the way. Like if you go to New York, as I did last year, or go to other countries or Australia, the public policy housing experts now basically consider Auckland a paradigmatic example of how upzoning can improve affordability. It is just true to say, almost certainly true to say, that Auckland rents are now lower than they otherwise would be as a result of the upzoning created by the Auckland Unitary Plan. Like that is just almost accepted as true. There are a few dissenting voices in the economics profession, but there's not that many. There's also the occasional economist who tell you that rent control is good. There's the occasional economist who tell you that tariffs are great and free trade's a bad idea. But they're cranks, to be honest. That most people don't think that. The vast bulk of the economics profession thinks one of the best things we can do for housing affordability is land supply and upzoning, and that's what happened in Auckland, and this is now the next step. Well, feel free to disagree. I look forward to your speech. So the City Rail Link, yes, it's true that the City Rail Link stations in this bill are not CRL stations, but it's a network, right? Like once you put the CRL stations in place, it's a network. So in relation to the member's constituency, over time, not straight away, but once it's, let's get it open, but over time there will be more, well, good question. Over time, there will be more trains running at greater frequency and reliability because of the CRL investments and the rest of the rail network rebuild that's been enormously painful for many parts of Auckland over the last 5 years as we get ready for CRL. So that deals with that point. The member's right about schools, and one of the things that's frustrated me as Minister of many things is the lack of coordination between housing and transport and planning, and that's partly why we're creating the Ministry of Cities, Environment, Regions and Transport, so that rather than have 5 different government agencies, or in fact more than that, dealing with all of these issues, we've got a focused central government repository and mechanism in order to do better planning, like the member talks about, and better master planning, and in particular where the Crown is making heavy investments, Drury being a notable example, where basically by accident, we are building a new city, like we are basically building Napier in Drury, and that has happened by accident, largely caused by private plan changes. The government, the last government, deciding to build new train stations, which was great, I'm not opposed to that, and then you've got the development contribution with the Auckland Council, which has gone up and down, and they've had an endless debate about that. So kind of by accident and a bit ham-fistedly and a bit in a classic New Zealand kind of bugger's muddle way, we have gone into building this new city without actually having thought very hard about how to do it properly. And so I agree with the member around that. We do that stuff really badly in New Zealand. That's partly why we're creating MCERT and setting up some new institutional structures around that. I deny the member's point. I just reject absolutely the idea that zoning doesn't matter. It does. It will lead to more affordable housing over time. And look, the member might not like shoebox apartments, but the member has to accept that there are trade-offs. So the more you stop development that the market will support, that people want, there are trade-offs as a result of that. So it is just true to say that cities that make it harder to build housing, that don't allow for the zoning, have worse homelessness than cities that don't. San Francisco is the most notable example of that. It's really difficult to build apartments in San Francisco, really difficult for San Francisco to grow. They have the worst homelessness in the United States. Cities in Texas, cities with land markets where there's a freedom to build and where the zoning is loose and deregulated, have far less rates of homelessness. So there are trade-offs. There are trade-offs as a result of always demanding nice things, nice apartments. Everyone wants to live in a nice apartment. The reality is not everyone can, and actually what people need are housing choices and housing options. In relation to Wesley and some of the other large Crown investments, unaffected by this plan change. The large-scale projects are proceeding, and the member's colleague will be familiar with the Northcote development. which is the first large-scale project kicked off by the previous government, which again has taken probably a bit longer than people would like, but is now coming to its end. And I understand the member may wish to comment, been a very successful project in Northcote.
Rachel Brooking.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good. Thanks for the opportunity to come back. Now, I do want to start, since my last contribution, the Minister has raised many issues, and I would like to note that I agree strongly with some of what the Minister was saying about infrastructure.
Well, that's good.
And the importance of the upzoning and the intensification. I am interested in how he can say that this legislation, though, is the next step in making progress, because my reading of this is that this is a backwards step. So was the Minister referring to a forward step or a backwards step? That is my first question, Mr. Speaker. I'm also interested that the Minister raised a whole lot of issues around social housing in an earlier contribution. And so I would like the Minister to reflect on his planning bill, which he raised, and where the social housing goals are in that legislation to enable the sort of decision making that he was talking about in terms of councils. And I would also I'd be interested in the Minister's comment where he was talking about the RMA being the problem for social housing and the not being able to get consents, when of course in the great city of Dunedin there is a consented 41 to 42 apartments ready to go in Carroll Street, yet that is not going ahead because of funding, and perhaps you'd like to reconsider that, Mr. Chair, noting that the Minister brought up the social housing issue. Now, going back to his answer to my question on clause 6 sub 3, which is this 32.5% less, he said, well, the council's going to continue with all of the MPSUD and the railway stations, so it's likely going to get to 1.6 anyway. Now, noting I had my question around the amount of work that the council has done in the past 6 weeks from this minister's speech, which had the 1.6 number, is he now telling Auckland Council, well, that's fine, just go ahead with all the work that you were doing in that past 6 weeks, because in fact this is merely a minimum that we are setting? So that is a separate question. I've got more. And then I have another question. Well, if that is the case, go back to where you were 6 weeks ago, Auckland Council, can he also say, well, Auckland Council, if you want to go to the 2 million, that is your choice as well. You can ignore all of this legislation that is for some reason in urgency or stages urgency. So that's one set of questions. I also then, related to this, want to ask the Minister, who are the bureaucrats that his colleague Seymour Brown referred to in his second reading speech yesterday? The Honourable Seymour Brown was saying over and over again that this is a government that just ignores bureaucrats who get in the way. And was that the bureaucrats who wrote this regulatory impact statement that was based on 1.6 million, but the regulatory impact statement recommends the counterfactual, which is the status quo of 2 million. Is that who Seymour Brown was referring to, or was it some other bureaucrats? And what was the decision this government is now going against with this all stages urgent legislation? Now, moving to a related but slightly different topic, also related to to clause 6 on page 3. There's a change at clause 4, and it relates to schedule 3C of the RMA, and after 4.2 of the schedule, insert or. Now, I want to take the Minister through this. If you go to schedule 3C of the RMA clause 4, this is the requirements for the unitary plan if plan change 78 is withdrawn, and we've traversed to some extent the 1.2, the 32.5% issue. But at B, so there's paragraph A, which is this amount, this number, 2 million, 1.6, 1.4, 32.5% less in A. And then there is an and after A. And it says, enable within at least a walkable catchment of, and then it lists some stations. So we've got Mount Eden, Kingsland and Morningside stations, and then there's the heights and densities. And as far as I can see, but there's no change to those named stations in the legislation. But then at the end of that, so it says, and in all cases, building heights of at least 15 stories in those locations. And then this is the critical point, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair?
Rachel Brooking.
So the critical point is that at the moment, after the list of the train stations and the 15 stories, there's an and, C, enable within at least a walkable catchment of the Baldwin and the Mount Albert, and then some heights and density issues. But I think what this legislation is doing is it changes that and enable to an or C. So I really want to understand how that works if I'm looking at the right part of the schedule, and what the intention is of that difference between and or C in terms of how B and C of that clause 4 of the schedule work. And if I see the Minister is talking to officials here, so I'm looking at the Resource Management Consenting and Other System Changes Amendment Act 2025, which made this, which inserted the new Schedule 3C. So there might be some, I don't know if it could have changed since then, but if the Minister can comment on his Clause 6, subsection 4, what is the effect of subsection 4 of clause 6 in terms of what it is doing to the Schedule 3C and that and an or, and what exactly is it? I mean, he might want to comment as well. We're going to talk about the stations that are in and out, if he can talk to why it is those stations, why there's an or, if he considered adding in any other stations to these provisions at all.
Honourable Minister.
Well, just in relation to that last point, it's essentially to clarify that the Council can reduce intensification due to qualifying matters in around those walkable catchments, which has always been the case and will be. So qualifying matters like special characters was not actually listed in the RMA, but has been used by the Council. We're not intending to change that infrastructure, wastewater qualifying matters, a whole range of other qualifying matters in there. The member asks around, is this a forward or backward step? Well, like objectively, it is a forward step. The Auckland Unitary Plan allows for 1.2 million. This will end up about 1.6. It's obviously not as high as 2, but it is undoubtedly a step forward. The member asks around social housing. The key point is that social housing is just another form of housing. It's ownership, and the resident type is kind of irrelevant. At the end of the day, they're houses, and the planning system needs to enable all forms of houses. In relation to the member's point around the bureaucrats, I didn't actually hear that second reading speech, so it's difficult for me to comment on it. Be fair to say that there has been enormous effort between officials at the Ministry for the Environment and MHUD and Auckland Council working very hard on this shared public policy problem in an attempt to get to a landing pad that the majority of reasonable people can agree with as a step forward for Auckland, and I thank the officials for their hard work.
Mr. Chair.
Ricardo Benitez-March.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just want to pick up on some of the Minister's earlier comments in response to Tamitha Pulse's questions, and these are the kind of questions we would have been able to ask at the Select Committee should this have not been brought in urgency. But particularly with the stuff in Clause 6, Subclause 3, around the reduction on the minimum house capacity, basically. I wanted to ask if any work had been done on the modelling and changes around job creation as a result of this change. Basically, we know that unemployment is high in the construction sector, has particularly suffered as a result of this, affecting young people, Māori, Pacifica, people in our communities, including in Auckland. The changes to the minimum housing capacity will obviously mean that, I'm assuming, that less job opportunities may end up existing should we have kept the 2 million minimum homes required as was previously planned. And so if any work had been done on modelling, I guess, job creation, I know the Minister has previously talked about, how in the government's infrastructure pipeline, there would be a certain number of jobs created. I'm assuming that some jobs will be created as a result of this. Is there any information on this and the breakdown of who's likely to benefit the most? Secondly, I know that the Minister commented that he does not intend to be a master planner, or that this is not what this is intending to do, but I did want to pick up on the rationale for this change to the minimum housing capacity in relationship to demographic changes. Does he believe that the current minimum housing capacity adequately accounts for any future demographic changes that may further increase the demand for housing, particularly in central suburbs? And if no work had been done on this, I would like to understand why. So just to recap, any modelling on job creation, and if not, does he accept that the downgrading of the minimum housing capacity will likely result then in less jobs available for people, and also around demographic changes? Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Minister.
very, very briefly, no, in relation to the modelling around job creation, we haven't done that. And no, in relation to, I think the member's second question was around demographic trends. I mean, the key point is that there is now going to be more theoretical development capacity in Auckland as a result of Plan Change 78, Plan Change 120, and also that capacity is better calibrated to the existing infrastructure. There is some analysis from officials that it is more, as I said a couple of times now, more likely that development capacity will be turned into actual construction, because as compared to the counterfactual of Plan Change 78, or indeed the MDRS before that, where the capacity was much more dispersed at a granular level, this concentrates it in the right, the better areas, I suppose you'd say, in terms of infrastructure capacity. It's more likely that those projects are more economically viable, but we haven't done any modelling around that beyond what I just said.
Helen White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I just wanted to reflect on a comment that the Minister made. I still don't actually know how many real houses would be built, but I am really pleased to think that there is some work going on in the area of coordination of central planning in cities. That seems very sensible and obviously had already been done in Wesley, but I won't labour that. I want to talk about the process that people who are in my constituency have to go through now. They've put in submissions, so this is 10B. They have put quite extensive submissions in, and a lot of them, and they were going through a process which is actually legislatively required. It's a lawful process that they were going through, and now they are going to have to amend their submissions and get them ready in a shorter time frame. Now,
so everyone will get off of the opportunities.
Okay, and so what I'd like is a really practical explanation from the Minister of what they should do. I've got a meeting on this. I was doing an update on the plan changes that was early May. That sounds like it might be too late for those people. So I'd like to know from the Minister, what do those people do if they're concerned about things like stormwater capacity in their area, the connection to the facilities, because the Minister repeatedly suggests that those things are more present in that area than they are in places like Parnell. And I know that there will be a lot of constituents saying, why here? Why not evenly spread in a ring around the circle of a sort of walkable catchment in the inner city, which is what a lot of other models have been, so it avoids the donut. So I'd be really keen to know what the Minister has to say about that process. And then finally, just on process, I'd like the Minister to tell me about the process with the RIS, because I can see that it is almost screaming at us, the comments, that they just didn't have enough time to talk to stakeholders, and they continue to think this is not a good plan. So I'd like to know what process has been gone through, and when, in fact, this RIS came out and those comments were made, whether there was any attempt at that point to allow consultation, because this is February and we now have a full month past. Was there an attempt to actually just mitigate the damage by letting there be a further process of consultation? If so, what was it? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
The short point is it's not for me to give advice to the member around how she deals with her constituents. That's for her. The short point is in relation to the submissions. All the ones that have been made are valid. Everyone who's made a submission will be offered the opportunity to amend or change it or update it, and they will be able to do that, and that's for individuals and their communities to make. So I'd encourage her to be involved in that process as a local MP, as I know she will be. There is, the member herself says there wasn't enough time. It is what it is, so to speak. We are making quick changes, but this issue has been extensively debated backwards and forwards, and I generally think what everyone needs now is just some clarity and some certainty. So it's not an ideal parliamentary process. The member knows I don't like urgency, and I don't like not sending bills to a select committee. Well, yeah, I know that, but there are always good reasons for it, and this is one of those examples where there is good reason for it.
Just members, this is a situation where there has been no select committee, as referred to by the Minister. The responses have been broad, so it does enable us to ensure it is well covered. And also to my members on the right, who I presume are seeking closure motions, I'd have the bill in front of you and realise there's actually quite a bit to talk about, and you be careful of not trifling with the chair by asking too early for closure motions. Tamitha Paul.
Yeah, and thank you for making that point, Mr. Chair, because I know there have been heaps of questions around the underlying assumptions in the modelling used and the housing capacity minimum that is enabled through this bill. And, well, okay, we're changing over the chairs, but hi, Madam Chair. I was just making the point that quite a few of us have asked questions about the capacity, the methodology, the modelling and the assumptions that underlie this bill. And I just wanted to raise that you could target that question in so many different ways, so that's why there is a repetition. You could ask about migration, population, jobs, schools, transport, blah, blah, blah. So that's why we all continue to ask questions around those assumptions. So I'm actually going back to the Minister's answers around the provisions in the bill that relate to Auckland Council and around the modelling methodology and capacity that's being enabled through this bill. Now, I understand that, the Minister's been saying in his answers this morning that there is no underlying assumptions underneath this bill, and that the matters of infrastructure required to accommodate a population enabled by this bill or capacity enabled under this bill is a decision for Auckland Council. Would the Minister agree that that's been his sentiment largely, that this bill provides for flexibility for Auckland Council? He's not paying attention, right? Is that right?
Yeah. I said yes.
Okay, so cool. The problem with that, though, is has the Minister considered this bill and those provisions that I just read out in relation to future changes to local government? And I'm thinking specifically about the rates cap, and I'm thinking specifically about Auckland Council's financial position, which, look, I don't pay heaps of attention to what Auckland Council get up to, but one thing I did learn about them is I'm pretty sure they're at their borrowing limits in terms of borrowing for additional infrastructure. So what I want to understand, and then when or if the rates cap comes in, that's really going to limit their ability, because they already can't borrow anymore, I believe, and they're not going to be able to rate to pay for new infrastructure to accommodate for this projected modelling in this bill for these 120,000 houses. Sorry, so. How it just seems to me really irresponsible that you'd provide for a minimum number of homes, and obviously Auckland Council are free to go above that if they want to, and I hope they do, but there's no thinking here. It seems there's no kind of thinking about how the government can enable the infrastructure required to accommodate that population. And I don't mean that as in, so don't do it, because we know that we want more housing. But that seems to be a question that hasn't been covered and seems to be an assumption that is undermined by future decisions by this government relating to the funding and finance and revenue raising capacity of the Auckland Council and indeed every council in New Zealand. So interested to understand that. And on that, has the Minister considered using tools like land value capture? Because in enabling I keep going to 1.2. In enabling, it is 1.2. In enabling 1.2 million houses, you are creating value. So in this bill alone, you are creating value that didn't exist before. And a really great example, actually, I think the Minister might appreciate this example, is the example of Transmission Gully, right? So when Transmission Gully was created, I want to get the exact figures. So investment in Transmission Gully aided $6 billion in private gains, and the Minister probably knows that already. And there's a way that you can actually capture, not all of it, but some of those private gains, capture that investment and that value and put that into the infrastructure required for this level of upzoning and densification. So I know that the main thrust of the bill is that this enables flexibility for Auckland Council, but there's also a big question on the infrastructure support that that central government can provide to Auckland Council to enable this number of housing to be built and to have the support around it. So have you considered land value capture? And how does a rates cap interact with...
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Yeah. Madam Chair, the short point is in relation to infrastructure, as I've said multiple times now, those are legitimate issues for Auckland Council to deal with. The capacity and the new Plan Change 120, as has been indicated, will be more calibrated to the infrastructure and also the planned network infrastructure coming for Auckland. Obviously there will be some changes to that over time, as you'd expect from any dynamic plan, but there is a heavy investment in infrastructure going in Auckland, whether it's in Drury or in the northwest or in the central areas through things like the Eastern Busway, the City Rail Link most notably as well. That's a shared central local government responsibility. There's legislation before the House right now to create an Auckland Transport Committee, which again is a central local government partnership around a 30-year transport vision for Auckland, which I think has been widely welcomed as part of the Auckland transport reforms that the government is advancing, again in partnership with the council. So there's a lot of work underway around that. In relation to the member's second point around value capture, the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act is a form of that. I prefer to use the term cost recovery because it doesn't so much capture value, but it does allow for cost recovery on the basis of infrastructure investment already made. And so the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Amendment Bill, which is before Select Committee right now, makes some changes to allow the IFF to be used for public transport projects and for state highway projects, for example. So that's not currently allowed to be used for that. We are broadening out its scope. We went through quite a policy process around value capture instruments, and in the end we came to the judgment that the simplest thing to do was just use the IFF because it's already there and people have got familiar with it, and broaden out its scope. And so that is in the IFF bill amendment bill before Parliament right now, and I hope the member supports it when it comes back to the House.
Madam Chair, I'll take a call from Honourable Rachel Brooking, but what I am going to say at this point, not to this member but to the House in general, that I want specific clauses and specific questions and not speeches, because it's drifted into speeches. So let's be really precise with the clause and what you'd like to know from the Minister. Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Madam Chair, I'm going to start with a little mea culpa. And that was my last question, was referring to an or, but I was looking at the wrong place of where the or was, which of course is the problem when you get all stages urgency legislation and you don't get to see it to the day it's introduced. So well done to the officials to make a semi-code cogent response for the Minister to say to my question that wasn't making much sense. And thank you to officials who brief select committees on these issues where we can ask a lot of these questions to select committees, which of course we're not doing today, asking the Minister. But I still do have questions on this topic. So,
okay, so just for my benefit, having just changed over, if we can go to the specific clause because I'm not familiar with the piece.
So we are on clause 6 of the bill, and I was looking at sub-clause 4, which is a change to Schedule 3C, and we have already traversed in Schedule 3C, Clause 4, the change in the number. So that is at A. So Clause 4 says Auckland Council must amend the unitary plan to provide at least the same amount, that's now changing to 32% or less, and enable within at least a walkable catchment the Manafinoa, Kingsland and Mornington stations, and enable an at least a walkable catchment of Baldwin and Mount Albert stations, and there's some stuff around there. And then it says too, however, Auckland Council may amend the Auckland Unitary Plan to enable less development than that required by subclause 1B, and now it says or C, or policy 3 if authorised to do so by clause 8. So this is in the legislation that was amended in August, that has now been amended now in March. And the Minister just then, when trying to answer my question, referred to qualifying matters, and it was to enable those issues in C, which is walkable catchments at Baldwin and Mount Albert stations, to have qualifying matters to apply to them. And you find reference to those qualifying matters in clause 8 of Schedule 3C to the Resource Management Act. And the Minister just mentioned special character when he was talking about qualifying matters. And I haven't gone back to 77(1)(a) to I of the RMA to look at this, but my recollection is that special character is not a qualifying matter, that qualifying matters are Part 2 matters, and so that would be significant historic heritage, and right? Special character has never met that definition. And this is very important in terms of the plan changes that Auckland Council is going to make, because special character is something that has aggrieved lots of people for much time, and there's been some misunderstanding about when something is a Part 2 heritage issue and when something is something else. I can see the Minister wants to talk about this, but before he does, I've got a couple more questions.
Great.
That still relate to this Clause 4 that has been amended by Clause 6, subsection 4. And that is something that he didn't answer. There are the name stations there, so Manafinoa, Kingsland, Morningside, and then Baldwin and Mount Albert. Did the Minister, in making the decision to reduce the 2 million to 1.6 and then 1.4, consider specifying any other stations or any other transport infrastructure? So we heard contributions on this Eastern Busway, and we've heard contributions about other transport issues, and I've already said that I agree with the Minister on his point around infrastructure and where there is that good infrastructure to make best use of it for intensification. So that's my second question on this clause. And then a different, to remind the Minister of my question earlier, which was about the work plan of the Auckland Council. So he said the 1.4 is a minimum. They're going to have to do 1.6 anyway because of these stations that are required. So in the past 6 weeks, the Auckland Council has been working hard for that 1.6. Can they just continue that work? And if they can they just go back to the 2 million as well? I think these are really important issues to have on Hansard. And then a final question. I'll let him answer those questions, and then I've got a different specific question.
Bishop.
As I think the member knows, special character is not listed in the RMA as a qualifying matter. Heritage is a qualifying matter, and there's a long debate about exactly what heritage is and how it's determined, and the new planning system, as the member knows as well, will bring some, it'll attempt to bring some clarity to this, and certainly will lift the threshold for when heritage becomes something that the planning system should involve itself with, and we're intending to make national direction around that and help clarify that, because there's a number of people, including councils and councillors, frustrated at heritage in the planning system. Special character is a term of art used by councils pursuant to, I forget the exact subclause, but it's the any other matter clause, which is the catch-all, for which special character has been shoehorned in and taken on a life of its own. And the government is not intending to change that, at least not through this bill. Well, yes. I mean, that's the way it's been interpreted. So that's the way it's been interpreted, and that's the way councils have used it. In relation to the other 5 stations, did we do any further consideration? The short answer is no. The Eastern Busway that the member refers to is a rapid transit station and rapid transit network, which is part of the MPSUD catchment, it's MPSUD upzoning, mandatory upzoning. As part of my statement of expectations to the council, I have asked them to consider the Northwestern Busway, both the first bit but also the planned route, because I think it's really important that we zone around the route in advance of it actually being built. So I've asked them to do that, but ultimately how they do that is a decision for them. The member's third question was in relation to the number. The short answer is yes, the council can just carry on with the plans that they are proceeding with, because they were planning about a 1.6 million capacity, and that's actually what they're legally required to do. The 1.4 will give them a bit of extra flexibility around it, and if the council decides to do 2 million, then the short answer is yes, they can do that. It's not an indication that they will do that, but obviously it is over to them. Again, I just repeat what I said before, which is what we're trying to do is get central government and the Parliament out of this and delegate it down to the legitimate decision-making body for this, which is Auckland Council and its constituent communities and local boards, and within parameters that we've talked about and canvassed now for a couple of hours, within parameters, it's over to them.
Shannon Halbert.
Tama.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the Minister's invitation to talk about one of my favourite projects, the Northcote housing development. And it's reflective of our community and really planning in 2 halves. Planning in a good sense is in fact the Northcote housing development. Not only were there houses built, but new schools, new water infrastructure, new recreational centres, new shopping centre, and that in fact enables what we call the upzoning, the discussion point today, where we are able to intensify key areas on main arterial transport links for people to live, to people to build their families there, and for communities to thrive. The fact of the matter, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, is that in the game of 2 halves that is our community, is on the other end. Thanks, in Chatswood have been quite a vocal group of residents who are really struggling with Plan 120. They say that they don't oppose intensification, but they really want to ensure that the right planning tools are in place and the right infrastructure is in place as well. It's quite a complex gradient of the particular community, and if you're looking at me in regards to which clause I'm talking about...
That was going to be my next question.
10C around decision making, is that there are some physically enclosed areas in Cody Point Domain, Duck Creek Gully and Bush Corridors, Chelsea Estate, Heritage Park, the New Zealand Defence Force, Cody Point Base, and the steep and unstable slopes in and around that particular catchment areas. The Minister says that, this legislation isn't planning Auckland. Auckland Council is doing that, and that is correct in a sense, but we can't devolve all responsibility and blame and decisions on Auckland Council when in fact we have to stand up for some of them. Madam Chair, in this it means that the 2 areas in our community aren't comparable when it comes to planning laws, and as an example there's a broad sweep around a 10-kilometre radius that's been put around the Auckland Isthmus, and that would capture both the Northcote housing development end and the Chatswood coastal area that would be implicated by this piece of legislation and the decisions that we make today. Hundreds of voices from the Chatswood community have spoken out and sent a submission through to Auckland Council as a part of that process. But here we are in urgency, of course, and those voices and that submission haven't in fact been heard. We haven't been able to see those in terms of how that would implicate this piece of legislation. Coming to the key point around how decision making is made, and some of the speeches yesterday articulated that this is a good sense of localism, that we're enabling Aucklanders to make a decision. But I can't actually see how for the community of Chatswood that they're able to participate in this particular decision making when they are in some respects unfairly implicated by the decisions in this piece of legislation that will enable a 10-kilometre radius. And so I'm just wondering from the Minister how he sees those two parts of the community comparable. What advice has he received, particularly in regards to Auckland's North Shore? We've acknowledged in this debate South and West Auckland. I think there's been the Eastern Busway link as an example. But across the North Shore, I haven't heard any voices discussing how we will upzone key areas along the Northern Busway, prime areas for intensification, how these particular communities will be considered in that planning discussion, and what implications are there given the somewhat lack of infrastructure needs and coastal complexities that sit in and around that area.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Chair, I just have a few questions for the Minister. I'm going to start with the first clause, which is Clause 6, Subclause 4. And I think, my colleague, the Honourable Rachel Brooking, has mentioned this clause, but I think I want to ask if C, which is around the catchment of Baldwin Avenue and Mount Albert Station, is captured. One of the things I was curious about is the way that in B Roman numeral 2 and C Roman numeral 2 are not exactly the same. So in B numeral 2, when we're looking at Mongafau, Mount Eden, Kingsland and Morningside Station, Roman numeral 2 states in all cases building height of at least 15 stories in those locations. And for C, for Mount Albert Station and Baldwin Avenue Station, it is at least 10 stories. And my first question to the Minister is, why is there a difference between the height of those two buildings when we're bringing that into subclause 4 here? In terms of Mount Albert stations, I think that deserves a little bit of attention. And my second question is, under the current water care plans, Epsom and Mount Eden is currently the only one where the water security level is, none of them are at risk, but it's currently monitoring. So in this case, or, being monitored. So in this case, how would, in terms of some of the core infrastructure would work, particularly when it comes to supply of, let's say, fresh water or drinking water be done in under this particular plan, or any work has been done around that? My second question to the Minister is on subclause 6, section 3C, replacing clause 5, 6 and 7 with 6 to 9. And I want to specifically focus on subclause 9 here, which is page 3, lines 32 to 34. I want to check with the Minister, and this could be a really simple explanation. The term city centre is not used in the Resource Management Act at all. The only example I could find is in Schedule 3B, where the term city centre zone is mentioned but not defined. Would the Minister be able to just, I guess, two quick questions. Is city centre the same thing as city centre zones? And how is city centre then defined within the context of the Resource Management Act? My final question to the Minister is on, and now we are moving on to subclause 7, and I wanted to speak to 10B first, and this is my final question to the Minister for the time being, is if this bill had a select committee stage, it doesn't add any additional burden to the Council because it will be considered Parliament and parliamentary purpose, and people could be able to submit on changes to this bill. But instead, what we're asking for is the provisions relating to the Plan Change 120, and particularly some of the changes we're seeing in this legislation will require the council to follow the process set out. So this is specifically mentioned in 10B1B, where Auckland Council must follow the process set out in those clauses for Plan Change 120. Now, we are already seeing a lack of funding towards our local government and for our councils. We're also seeing a requirement for councils to have a rate cap. We're seeing local government being stretched quite thin when it comes to resourcing. So I want to check, in terms of this particular Plan Change 120, how would the Minister and the government provide additional resources to Auckland Council to be able to fully conduct the process set out in this in a way that allows for the kind of participation that is expected of the council? So that's my final question to the Minister.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Yeah, going back to the discussion I was having with the Minister about special character, and this links to the amended Schedule 3C of the Resource Management Act that was introduced last year. He said that, well, there's any other matter can be a qualifying matter, but I want to be clear about this, and I'm asking the Minister for advice, that any other matter in 77I of the Resource Management Act says if it's allowed in 77L, and 77L says you can only have any other matter, qualifying matter, if there is some good reason for it, and I'm paraphrasing somewhat, Madam Chair, but that it requires a site-specific analysis, and that site-specific analysis should not allow for blanket special character restrictions. So if I could have an answer from the Minister, if he expects that the law as it stands and what the Auckland Council has to plan for is that qualifying matters, if they relate to the any other matter, qualifying matter, have to have a site-specific analysis. That is one question, because from his answer it seemed that he was saying you can just carte blanche do special character areas, and that is not my understanding of the law. And if there is some change in this bill, then I really want to know about that, because that is very important for Auckland's planning. And then I do note, going to his, and he raised as well this issue of his statement of expectations. So, Madam Chair, in the amendments that were made last year at the committee stage by an amendment paper, the Minister got all sorts of new powers under the RMA to do all sorts of things, which is one of the reasons why we ended up voting against that legislation. And one of the things is the statement of expectations. And the Minister has done a statement of expectations, and that is referred to as well in 10A of this bill, and it has been gazetted. And in it, he says, he does reference special character areas overlays, business, residential in general, as being a qualifying matter. So I'm very interested in how this link to the site-specific, the qualifying matters under the Resource Management Act, under 77L, have to be site-specific if they're relying on the other matter category. Yet his current statement of expectations references special character area overlays as if they are already a qualifying matter. How does that work? Also, staying on the statement of expectations, the Minister just made a reference. I asked a question about the Eastern Busway and other transport infrastructure that are not specifically listed in Schedule 3C of the RMA, so those stations. And he said, well, I've got in my letter of expectations that we should consider other planned rapid transport stops. So my clarification here is, in that statement of expectations at C, it says, when ensuring that Plan Change 120 gives effect to Policy 3C Roman 1 of the National Policy Statement on Urban Development 2020, consideration is given to whether all planned rapid transport stops have been identified, and he specifically includes there the Northwest Busway, which my friend will be happy about. But is this the statement that should also be including planned infrastructure such as the Eastern Busway, which I understand is very important in terms of Auckland transport? Those are some questions. I also want to ask about something that my colleagues from the Greens just touched on there about what is the city centre, and this is in Clause 6, Subclause 9. It says, for the purpose of Clause 4, housing capacity does not include the housing capacity in the city centre as at 6 June 2025, when Plan Change 78 changes in the city centre became operative. And there is talk in the documents that go with the bill about the fact that the city centre has already undergone some rezoning in Plan Change 78. But there is also discussion generally about how important that CBD area is, yet Plan Change 120 doesn't hit on that CBD area, and I take the colleague's point about definitions around that and am interested in the Minister's answers. Madam Chair, I'll just be very quick on this point, Madam Chair. Madam Chair?
Yep, just very quickly.
Yeah, so where does the Minister expect the Auckland Council to go with that CBD area, undefined as it is, and is there an expectation that this Plan Change 120 will look at that CBD? And I say that specifically because there are areas like the Wynyard Quarter, for instance, that are not at the heights that you might expect them to be under the Plan Change 78 if you're really trying to intensify that area.
Honourable Tama Potaka.
Moa tarau kia tātou katoa, and it's a beautiful day out there. It's a great day, actually. As we know, Auckland is a very unique place. And as one of the very few members who's been responsible for property developments in Auckland, it gives me great pause to support and scaffold Minister Bishop on this matter. Of course, our role is to set up the envelope and to enable Auckland Council to make decisions accordingly, especially for the hard-working voters of Chatswood and Chelsea, mihi ana ki a koe e taku whanaunga. And those submissions from the North Shore, I'm sure there are one or two through this process. The Auckland City Council can have the ability to actively curate where growth occurs, and it will use the usual processes with councillors to decide what changes should be made to the plan change. In relation to the city centre, that's quite a hot topic amongst the speakers today. That matter has been determined via Plan Change 78, and I recommend and implore members of this House to take some time to read through the work that's been undertaken for Plan Change 78, haere rā e te hoa. Now, there was a question about whether or not the government's prepared to invest more cash and resources, maybe make a grant to Auckland Council. Well, our recommendation is that Auckland Council, amongst other councils, use their resources more effectively and more wisely in these processes. It's up to Auckland Council to figure out how to ensure that they carry out the responsibilities that they do have, rather than always rely on the Treasury and the taxpayer to fund that. Mr Stevenson, kia ora. Finally, the special character, there is no change. The site-by-site assessment will continue to be undertaken by Council. And in relation to the Eastern Busway, what a great place, going out there to Pakuranga Rā Hihi and all the way to Takanini if you need to. That's already been designated as rapid transit.
Lamonga Lydia Sosini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been really patient
yes, you
in
have.
listening.
I've noticed.
And it's because, Madam Chair, I want to reflect on some of the comments that the Minister made, who has left the House, and I thank you. So I'm just going to ask my questions anyway. In terms of what I've heard so far in terms of contributions, it's great to have the bill before us and for us to be able to scrutinise it. I want to raise the Auckland Airport and Mangere because it keeps getting ignored in terms of South Auckland on inequity and affordability. It's actually a really important hub. And so, Minister, if you were not aware, the domestic trips into Auckland Airport and out of Auckland Airport were 8.5 million in 1 year, and the international were 10.5 million. That has a huge bearing on infrastructure, as you know. So whilst the other parts of Auckland are connected, and I'm asking these questions, sorry, Madam Chair, under 10B. And in terms of the intensification, one of the things that the locals will know is their concern around the building heights, height to boundary rule. In Mangere, it is really important for Manafinoa and iwi in terms of view shafts, in terms of maunga. And so one of the things I want to ask, because the locals keep raising this point, is when you've got building planning requirements and then you've got natural volcanic cones, how is that nexus, or how will that be considered in this piece of legislation, or is it a consideration? And my second question to the Minister is in terms of major infrastructure. So I've just highlighted what comes in and out of Auckland Airport in 1 year in terms of passenger trips. And a lot of our communities, because the Minister said that there earlier that there is a market for smaller dwellings, smaller apartments. A number of people who work at the Auckland Airport precinct want to live close, because that saves a whole lot of things like traffic, also intensification around homes and schools, and also building communities. And what I don't know, my question is to the Minister is, in terms of some of the options of housing, how will Auckland Council under this provision be able to be a bit more flexible? Because it's not just about CBD, it's not just about north and east and west. In South Auckland, who have had to give up some of the land parcels, we want better community facilities. We actually want to, as a local community, to appreciate the natural volcanic area, etc., etc. And because there is a lack of infrastructure specifically for the South Auckland communities which need to be connected, we have a youth population who need to get in and out of city centre due to education and jobs, etc. So my question is around those two parts in terms of the relationship of the connectivity of Auckland Airport, people working, living around Mangere, South Auckland, and also the 10B in terms of the height restrictions, building to height. Will that be captured? Has there been any consideration? I'd really like to hear that. Thank you.
Honourable Jenny Salisa.
Thank you for the opportunity, and I will be asking questions on 10C, Madam Chair. But let me begin by quoting from the Departmental Disclosure Statement. This bill amends the Resource Management Act 1991 to reduce the minimum housing capacity requirement of the Auckland Unitary Plan by 32.5%. In effect, it reduces the requirement from approximately 2 million dwellings to approximately 1.4 million dwellings. And Madam Speaker, one of the biggest issues I see as one of our local South Auckland MPs is Auckland Council's guiding principles that housing capacity reductions would start with areas more than 10 kilometres away from the city centre. And that plainly puts communities such as mine into the firing line. Communities like Papatoetoe, Otara, Flatbush, and wider South Auckland, Mangere, Manurewa, in the firing line for reduced housing capacity. The Minister knows that South Auckland is already an area where home ownership rates are really low. It is already an area where high deprivation rates are high. And one of the worries I have as a local MP is we continually are asked... I'm sorry? That may be true, but that is actually not the purpose of this particular debate or what it is that I'm speaking about. And if you would like to take a call, you're most welcome to get up and take a call. The contrast, just to continue on with my speech, the contrast for me as a local MP from South Auckland is really powerful, because the suburbs with the highest areas of housing stress, the lowest areas of home ownership, are the ones that are continually asked to take on these issues. These are also the areas where there is not as much CRL railway link. The bus routes for our workers is not as constant as it is for other areas, and As local MPs, we are beginning to get not only phone calls but emails from our young people, from our workers who cannot afford the petrol, and these are workers, to get to and from work. And then they actually look at the bus routes and then they look at the train routes, and that is also not an option for them. And Madam Speaker, this is actually something that is a real concern, not just to South Auckland, but to West Auckland as well. And some of our West Auckland MPs spoke about this last night. It can, I suppose, be argued that when you look at, this was a bill that had come through with 2 million, then it was actually changed, downgraded to 1.6 million dwellings, and now it's 1.4 million dwellings. And who are the people who are most going to actually take that burden on? It is most likely South Auckland and West Auckland, as many of our MPs from this side of the House have said. And it can be argued that this could be seen as transfer of planning advantage from poorer, younger, more diverse communities to older, wealthier homeowner areas, Madam Speaker. So, Papatoetoe, Otara, Flatbush, they are all beyond the 10-kilometre threshold that are used as a starting point for this housing capacity that is being reduced. South Auckland does not get the same CRL-related intensification as other suburbs. Our communities have the lowest home ownership rates and the highest housing need in Auckland. This bill looks at entrenching a pattern where communities who are most in need of affordable housing options are the least able to be able to get some advantage from what this bill will do once it gets passed. So my question is to the Minister. Can the Minister guarantee that Papatoetoe, Otara, Flatbush, Mangere, Manuriwa will not be disproportionately downsized under the revised framework? Second, what specific infrastructure investment is being offered to South Auckland in return for the uncertainty this bill creates for our area? And last question, why are communities with the lowest home ownership rates, the highest need, put first in line for capacity reductions?
Helen White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to ask about Clause 10B, in fact, really Clause 10A as well, because I am interested in a practical understanding of the process here. We are realigning the plan, and I have a whole lot of constituents who I worked through a process of putting in a submission on their area and their concerns. And I am going through this and I can't see that there is a timeline for the council coming back with its notice for publication. So I would like to know, in a practical sense for constituents, what is the timeline for the publication of the results for the notice that's going out to my constituents, for them then to have 20 working days to get their recalibrated submission in based on what is in that notice. And I'd just like to talk about two instances where I think this might be relevant. One is the Baldwin Street area. So the Baldwin Park station that's named here is an area where there is a crossing, a railway crossing one way, and then you actually have to cross the railway line again, and they're both flat areas. So it's very hard to grade separate those areas, and I'm interested to know if there was a change in plan here, because this is an area of 10 stories, but it's actually mandated under this legislation. Whether they would, what a person in that area would be subjected to in terms of timelines, in terms of getting in a submission under this process, given that I can't see any timeline. The other is I have an area which is near Fouds Park. It has been promoted on the last iteration of this plan as one that would go 15 stories plus, but it is also an area where the council's just bought out the street because it flooded so badly. So it's one that you'd expect the council to do, but now it seems that this is going to be mandated, this area. So I'd like to know, from the practical point of view of those two cases, what's the process that they're going to have to go through, but particularly, realistically, what's the time frame on this at each stage of that process? Thank you.
Honourable Rachel Brooking, I'll just say at this point we've covered a broad aspect of the bill, and I know that this member's been through the detail, so just looking for some specific sort of tidy up pieces that the member would be looking to focus on right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And of course, we are in all stages of urgency, and we haven't seen
I
this
understand
bill
that, but we are getting a little broad, and
Madam Chair, if I may go through, I have been talking about.
No, I'm not directing that at the member.
Okay,
I'm directing that at the House, because I know the member is very specific, which is why I'm asking you to be very specific.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will continue to be very specific then.
Thank you.
In my last contribution, we were talking about this statement of expectations and the Eastern Busway. And there was a response from the Minister that said, the Eastern Busway is already designated. And my question is he referring to a document that's related to this bill, so the gazetted statement of expectations, or is he referring to something else? Is he just saying there is a designation in process? Where is it that the Eastern Busway is designated, was the word he used? Does he mean a Resource Management Act designation, or does he mean that it is already somehow included and the Plan Change 120 has to intensify along that Eastern Busway? That is one question in response to the Minister's answer to my question. Sticking now on the Minister's statement of expectations, there at clause what will be new 10A, so I'm now looking at, I think, page 4 of the bill, there's a reference to the Minister's statement of expectations, and I think this clause is quite simple in terms of it's just saying that a reference to Schedule 3C is the amended 3C. That's fine, that's not my question. My question is a very specific one at subsection 3. It specifically relates to the Gazette notice and gives the number of the Gazette notice, which is 6084. And my question is, there's also different provisions that enable the Minister to update that Gazette notice, so that is the statement of expectations. What happens when or if that statement of expectations is updated to this reference number 6084, SL 6084? What happens to that? That's a drafting issue, and I presume that it can be updated. How do the mechanisms work there? Another very specific question, and this is important to the members opposite, because that statement of expectation is a new instrument introduced by that government just last year, and it is overwhelming ministerial powers that goes against this idea of localism and giving the council the ability to decide things, because they have to do what the statement of expectation says, and it's just a little Gazette notice that can change. And it's important because it does not specifically say the Eastern Busway in it, and it's important for all sorts of other issues as well. Now, I also want to go to clause 10C, what will be new clause 10C, and that is decisions relating to change capacity requirements. So it says here, Auckland Council, and this is in the bill, Auckland Council must decide whether to propose any amendments to Plan Change 120. So my question on this part is, can Auckland Council decide not to propose any amendments? And if Auckland Council makes the decision not to propose any amendments, what happens to the subsequent clauses? But the main point is that possible for Auckland Council to decide not to change Plan Change 120 in line with this legislation? Going back over the page, to clause 5 and 6 of 6. So these are the amendments to Schedule 3C. What I'm looking for here is just some comfort, Madam Chair, because what happens is clauses 5 and 6 make changes to Clause 5 of Schedule 3C to the RMA, and it repeals some of those clauses, and I won't go into exactly what they are. And then it's got a replacement bit, so you can see in the bill, Madam Chair.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you. And you can see that there are some replacements here. And on a quick reading of it, it looks like the bits that are repealed are basically replaced with this insertion, but it would be very helpful to have on record what it is that these little repeals and the new section are doing, and if there is anything material in that, and if so, what is the reason for the material change? This is obviously stuff that we would spend more time on, was it in select committee? So if the Minister could answer that, it's not a political question, it's a simple, can you explain what a quarter of this part of the bill is about? And then finally, I want to make a final point on that CBD point that we were discussing with the Minister, and he encouraged us all to read Plan Change 78. And I want to clarify, is the Minister saying that everything that was done in Plan Change 78 is enough for the CBD? Because that seems to go against the comments that are made in the regulatory impact statement and other places about that there is actually not very much intensification in that CBD area, and we would hope if we're doing what the Minister who was in the chair was saying about how great intensification is, then surely there'll need to be more done there, more than Plan Change 78. And what is the plan for that? And then finally, I can see everyone's jumping up and down. I would also like the Minister's comment on, and this is a bigger question, I'm going up a level here, on how Plan Change 120 and these changes made to Plan Change 120 will relate to changes that this government is making to the Resource Management Act generally. And I think that is a totally in-scope question, Madam Chair, because the Council has been dealing with all of this, all of these different things. So we had the Plan Change 78 with the MDRS, and then we had the changes made just last year, and now we're changing it again. Is it all going to be for nothing? Is the Auckland Council next year going to have to start again on everything because the Resource Management Act will be changed into the Planning Act? And that is really important to go back to an original question of why are we here in all stages urgency if that is the case? Why are we making Auckland Council continue to spend tens of millions of dollars on planning processes that may be of no relevance? They may be extinguished in just a year's time. I think that is a very important question that has not been answered by anyone yet. So to recap, I'm asking specifically about that statement of expectations and where we are with the Eastern Busway. How does that statement of expectations change? And then the specific reference in the bill, what happens to that? Can the Minister also describe these changes that are going on in Clause 6, 5 and 6 and with reference to Clause 5 of the schedule to the RMA? Is it just simply a tidy up or is it something material? And again, on the CBD, does he really think that Plan Change 78 is enough? Should there be more work on that? And how is this plan change going to relate in the longer term? So in the longer term, I mean the difference between when we were last here in August making changes compared with April or March, if we're in March.
It's March in here.
It's March in here, that's right. So, is it all going to be up in the air again in another 6 months? And that seems like a big waste of time. What is the Minister's answer to that very important question?
Honourable Tama Potaka.
There have been a number of comments this morning extrapolating the discussions about this great city of sales. But just acknowledge those comments around South Auckland, where I used to live actually, down Churchill Ave. You know, keep your cars locked at the Churchill Ave location, 111 Churchill Ave off Weymouth Road.
Point of order.
Just raise the microphone a bit, thank you.
Oh, thank you. It's good to know you want to hear me.
Better.
So just in relation to volcanic cones, shafts and various options that the first speaker made, those are considerations in the planning, and Auckland Council, by way of this bill and the following legislation, will have the flexibility to enable this. Ditto in relation to the infrastructure and home ownership matter, and note the comments around the 10-kilometre zone and communities outside the 10-kilometre zone. But through this bill, Auckland Council will have greater certainty and flexibility to deal with those issues. In relation to PC 78, the Auckland Council made city centre decisions as a result of the independent hearings panel recommendations and has made a full change. I know there's been suggestion that maybe other changes can be made. Well, that's not the intention of this particular bill, and the council's already made city centre decisions. There was a question around time, and Auckland Council needs the time to consider changes, and that could be articulated in the Minister's letter of directions in terms of timeframes. Expectations? Oh, statement of expectation. Statement of is that right? Or letter of directions? Statement of expectations. Now, Auckland Council can decide not to change PC 120, but it does need to carry out the process and follow through the process. In relation to the Eastern Busway, Auckland Council identified the Eastern Busway as rapid transit under the NPSUD, and that's been sort of clarified. I think it was SL 6084. Was it 6084? Yep, the drafting stays the same. And then finally, in terms of another question that was asked, whether or not Auckland Council can withdraw parts of the plan change via PC 120, yes, that is the case.
Orini Kaipara.
Koe, Madam Chair, thank you. I wish to raise some questions to the Minister in relation to Schedule 3C, specifically around Part 6, Line 21, an SPP panel. But my questions go broad beyond that, and it's really to do with Manafinoa. What specific statutory protection exists in this bill to ensure Manafinoa are partners in decisions affecting ancestral whenua? Now, the Streamlined Planning Process panel, specifically the question is what is the makeup of this panel? Is there any dedicated seat specifically for Manafinoa voices to ensure that Manafinoa, all 19, te whakapapa tū, every parcel of land in Tāmaki Makaurau, the greater region, as well as the CBD, to ensure that not only consultation, but actual decision-making includes Māori. So again, I repeat that question, what specific statutory protection exists in this bill to ensure that Manafinoa are partners, and what is the makeup of this SPP panel specifically? Are there specifics, details, especially for the makeup of that panel, to ensure that there is a threshold for understanding on how to apply te tiriti in the context of planning and urban design, because you cannot dismiss the fact that te tiriti is integral to all our planning going forward. Can the Minister also identify where in this bill Manafinoa consultation is expressly required before zoning or intensification changes take legal effect? If the Minister is unwilling to accept a full consultation clause, specifically ensuring Manafinoa are actually sought not in consultation but in partnership to ensure that Manafinoa rights do not overlap or do not get dismissed. Now, I do understand that there is reflection of the TDT that exists in the current RMA. However, in this bill that we are debating here in the chamber, there is no explicit clause that gives effect to Te Tiriti, and there is great concern right across Tāmaki Makaurau about the potential impacts that these subtle changes that the government says, rightly so, that we need progress. However, how does that impact Manafinoa? With regard to Māori housing, specifically, papakainga, and I know that the Minister sitting here in the chambers and answering these questions is the expert actually in papakainga. So when we talk about the design and planning, where exactly are any support systems to ensure that the makeup of the 1.6 million houses that are mentioned here that are purposed in the PC 120, is there scope to ensure to address rising crises of housing and homelessness across Tāmaki Makaurau? Is there potential to ensure that a part of these houses, these new builds or existing builds, are ring-fenced for Māori specifically in Tāmaki Makaurau, more so papakainga, the construction of papakainga in its truest essence, not in the form of high-rises or townhouses, as the Minister is aware. Papakainga is about community, yes, but it also is about cultural practices in its purest form, and that exists in the dwelling of each whānau, each whare that our whānau live in. So the specific question around papakainga, a series of them, can the Minister point to any provision in the bill that expressly enables papakainga and multi-generational Māori housing models? Does the Minister accept that standard intensification models do not always reflect Māori ways of living as whānau? And thirdly, would the Minister support a targeted amendment enabling papakainga as a permitted or controlled activity in relevant zones? Koe rā kupātai.
Honourable Tama Pautaka.
Madam Chair, thank you for those important and insightful questions and comments. In terms of the panel composition, which is appointed half by the Minister for RMA and myself as the Minister of Conservation with my other portai on, and half by Council, at least one of the appointees from the Ministers has some significant expertise around Māori involvement in the planning space and Māori development. In relation to the consultation, the existing RMA obligations will continue, and the Auckland Council has extensive processes around engaging with the iwi and other groups within Auckland, such as the Tupuna Maunga Authority, so it's expected that they will continue as Auckland Council to maintain those processes through the PC 120. Finally, about papakainga, which is a very important take actually, and I'm appreciative of the member raising that. Many of the papakainga actually built on Māori freehold land, and there isn't a huge amount of Māori freehold land in the Auckland City Council boundaries. There is some, especially that big farm out of Waiheke actually, and some land out at Maraitai and out through Awhitu. But a papakainga national standard has been formed right now that will enable greater papakainga. What was it? And there are iwi and other groups that are already involved in developing papakainga, such as up at Kupe Street and Takaparafa. They've been liaising and engaging with builders like GJs and others to deploy papakainga, not just for kaumātua but for whānau and for others, and those are taking place already. We hope that the new papakainga standard will better facilitate and expedite greater papakainga and of course enable whānau to have healthy and wealthy lives in Tāmaki, here ngā waka, here ngā tangata. Kia ora tātou.
Carl Bates.
Move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is being called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Eri manga pōti whakahe.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that Part 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
Votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Eri manga pōti whakahe.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. Question is that the schedule stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Eri manga pōti whakahe.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. Members, we now come to our final debate, clauses 1 and 2, the debate on title and commencement. The question is that clause 1, title and commencement. Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you. Where is everyone gone? Thank you, Madam Chair. So, this is the Resource Management Auckland Housing Amendment Bill, and certainly this bill is amending the Resource Management Act again. So, in that point, I think it's good that we're referring to the Resource Management Act. I do note, however, that the Minister was reticent to give me answers about the changes to that Resource Management Act. And in fact, that Resource Management Act was only changed by this government last year to do changes to Auckland housing. I also did not get an answer about what is the point of this amendment going through all stages urgency right now if everything is going to be undone by future changes to the Resource Management Act. So I would ask the Minister if he would consider changing the piece in brackets Auckland Housing to the Resource Management Making the Council Run Around in Circles Again Amendment Bill. And even, I'm hearing that it's not serious. Well, I will tell the Minister for Local Government that this is very serious, that I have not had answers to questions about how much money has been expended on making these changes and if it will all be for nothing, because once we get this government's new planning reforms, they're going to make the council start again. This is a very relevant point. As is another issue that the Minister for Local Government might be interested in, and that is that the influence of the Minister, not that Minister, but another Minister, in terms of those statements of expectations and general interference that can happen. We've heard a lot of bravado from the government members that this bill is in fact about Auckland Council having all the flexibility and making decisions. But again, I have not got straight answers on what happens to the statement of expectations and if that changes. So again, I asked the question, would the Minister consider resource management Auckland housing, but the Minister is still making all of the decisions amendment bill. And even a simpler one would be the resource management Auckland housing flip-flop amendment bill. Here we goes from the other side, Madam Chair. But of course, we were just here in August last year, and here we are in March. How many months is that? August, September, October, November, December, January. You know, we were sort of out of action a bit there. February, the House that is. February, March. Wow, took 7 months to change it, but in fact, only 1 month to change from what the Riz was talking about, the after the barbecues was talking about, that was 1.6. So maybe there should be the resource management Auckland housing amended by barbecues, but then some additional flip-flop in Cabinet just on Monday amendment bill. Or should it be the resource management Auckland housing costing Auckland ratepayers a whole lot of money because this government, this Cabinet, cannot decide on what it's doing. And we don't even know, Madam Chair, if this will be for anything, if there will be any change, Madam Chair. Because, what's the question? The questions are if the Minister will consider my more accurate titles for what this bill is doing. I'm talking about the title, Mr. Aotearoa, and it is that there may be no point of us being here doing all stages legislation pretending it's still March, when in fact today is April the 1st in the rest of the world. And what a good day to be discussing such a piece of legislation, Madam Chair, because there may be no point of this legislation. The Minister did not clearly answer my question about whether or not the Auckland Council can just ignore it and go ahead. So then why is it that we are here on a Wednesday morning when we could all be being productive in our select committees, but instead we're back here because this government has chosen to flip-flop. And what a week of flip-flops we've had.
Helen White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask about the commencement date, because I am seriously concerned about the swift nature of this piece of legislation coming in, given that we have had so many changes and there has been so much of an investment, a genuine investment of people in their submissions to the Council. And there is a process that they are going through at the present time, and it's a process that has been it's got legal status. It's a really important one, and while I appreciate that there are other parts of this bill which suggest that that can be truncated and it can be moved around, etc., I would like the Minister to consider whether we change the commencement date so that it comes into a force after the process of collating and looking at the submissions of Aucklanders. Because it's in those submissions, and we're wedded to local democracy in words. The practicality is those submissions are an expression of local democracy, and we should have faith in the people of Auckland to tell us what the issues are before we bring legislation to bear in the central space, because we'll get it wrong. And it's not like we haven't got it wrong. Let's face it. We have to face the fact we've got it wrong over and over again. And it's almost ridiculous how many times this piece of legislation has changed. And it's changed swiftly, and it's been ineffective as a result. So I would like the Minister to consider putting a pause on this for 1 year, or to the point where those submissions have been collated and the knowledge from them has been assessed. That is not, I think, an unreasonable thing for Aucklanders to expect, and particularly the people in my area who are the most affected here. Now, I've given an example when I was asking a question which never got answered in the last part about one area in my electorate. It's got 15 plus stories scheduled in it. This will ingrain it further. That area, the council bought out the very properties recently. It bought out the whole street because of flooding concerns. It's seen as inappropriate to build. But that same area on the plan, I can see it's designated for 15 plus stories. Those people in that area, they put in a submission. Of course they did. They all put in submissions saying, this makes no sense. Can it be taken into account, etc. I'd like to see that work done first before we look at where the houses need to be, because it changes the numbers fundamentally. If you can't build a 15-storey property on the edge of Fowds Park, it changes the numbers. And I'd also like to see time for the transport issues to be resolved. So, for example, the area that I talked about in Baldwin Ave, it's flat, it's got 2 different pathways for the rail line. They need an overpass. It's a very expensive operation because apparently flat areas are extremely hard to build on, extremely expensive. I'd like that resolved before Baldwin Street Station goes into this mix. It's got 10 plus storey buildings proposed for it. They might be completely fictitious, because if I was the council and KiwiRail, I'd just look at that area and think, there's no way that we're going to be able to do this economically. Why don't we stop this, close the station, make it further away? Why don't we take it off the agenda? And I see no attempt to get that. So I would like that period of the commencement date to be pushed out in line with gathering that wisdom from a process that is well underway. Apparently we've spent $20 million on this process. That all goes on the rates. It's quite a significant amount of people's rates. And so I'd like to have time to do that. And I'd also like to see a collaboration between all the parties in this House on what the solution looks like, quite frankly. I don't think there's been half enough of it. I think it's mad that on something this important to Auckland, there hasn't been a level of collaboration. In fact, what we're seeing here is something in urgency in such a short period. I don't have answers to my questions. The Minister hasn't even told me what this looks like for my constituents in terms of submitting. Thank you.
The Honourable Taima Potaka.
Madam Chair, we intend to use the title Resource Management Auckland Housing Amendment Act and for it to come into force on the day after royal assent for the rest of the Act, and deemed to have come into force for Clause 65 of Schedule 2 on 9 October 2025.
Vanessa Weening.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote, please, Mr. Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour. 34 votes opposed. Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima ngā poti whakahe.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
Votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima ngā poti whakahe.
Tāku Te Ferris.
Kotaki te poti whakahe.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima ngā poti whakahe.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima ngā poti whakahe.
Tāku Te Ferris.
Kotaki te poti whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that clause 2 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. No party votes called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour. 34 votes opposed. Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahe.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First. 8 votes in favour. Te Pāti Māori.
E rima ngā poti whakahe.
Tāku te Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. Members, I will report this bill without amendment. Mr Speaker.
The House is resumed.
The committee has considered the Resource Management Auckland Housing Amendment Bill and reports it without amendment. Mr Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. This bill is set down for third reading immediately. The Honourable Tama Potaka.
Mr Speaker, it's a maunga o te whare. I move that the Resource Management Auckland Housing Amendment Bill now be read a third time. It's a maunga o te whare. This is a practical bill. No matter if you go to Kelthorpe Close out at Mangere, or the hard underbelly of North Auckland, i.e. Upper Harbour, or the soft, squishy part of the North Shore out in Devonport, or in those wealthy, intelligent suburbs out in Manurewa and GI and Panmure, and of course, one of my favourite parts of Auckland, Maraetai, Beachlands, beautiful place. It restores flexibility. It supports better decision making. It enables delivery. It supports housing supply. It makes better use of infrastructure investment. City regional deal coming. It respects local conditions. It strengthens New Zealand's economic performance, and it gives and supports Auckland, no, not Hamilton North, Auckland, the ability to move forward. And not only that, it reflects the kind and generous support of people like Christine Fletcher to move our great city, the city of sales, Tāmaki, Herenga Waka, Herenga Tangata, forward. And for those reasons, I commend this bill to the House and say that it delivers something that Tāmaki Makaurau and the Auckland planning system needs right now. It allows the council to respond to evidence, local conditions and community input, whether or not it's the member opposite's friends building housing out at Middlemore, out at Hospital Road, while continue to enable strong growth. It also delivers something further than that. It delivers on things that matter, because when the planning system is overly rigid, it becomes harder to respond to evidence, local concerns and local conditions, and outcomes can get locked in. Even where the evidence supports a different approach, that's not what a well-functioning planning system should do or needs. At the centre of this bill is a small but very important change. By reducing the housing capacity requirement to approximately 1.4 million homes, the bill gives Auckland Council room to respond. It gives us a degree of dexterity and flexibility. And places like Maunga Keke, up those beautiful volcanic shafts and cones, the Cornwall Cricket Club, it allows growth to be focused where it works best, around transport corridors, rapid transit and centres, in places like Howick, the hard streets of Howick and Botany Downs. Allows capacity to be reduced where intensification would create poor outcomes, whether because of natural hazards, floods. Who can forget those Auckland anniversary floods? Infrastructure constraints or other factors. The bill does not reduce Auckland's ambition for growth. It actually gives it ballast, supercharges it. The new capacity number remains a very high level of development capacity. 1.4 million homes, people. That could be another 3 or 4 million people. Well beyond what the city will deliver in the short or medium term. It's a long-term picture. E te māngai o te whare. It restores Auckland Council's ability to operate as the planning system is intended to do, to actively shape where growth occurs, rather than being locked into outcomes that do not reflect local conditions and local aspirations. That's exactly what a responsive planning system should do. And it doesn't matter whether or not you're out in Henderson, the hard-working people of Henderson, and at New Lynn, my good friend Paulo Garcia, in Mount Rascal, Carlos Chung, Neana Kiakwe, of course, my favourite suburb in Auckland, Orake. The benefits of this bill are practical and real. That's what they are. For Auckland Council, the bill provides clear national direction alongside appropriate discretion. For people on Rewati Street and Reihana Street and Kupe and Kepa Road. Kite Moana, what a great place. Yes, that's right. King Edward Parade in Takapuna. It allows the council to actively shape that growth informed by evidence submissions and local conditions rather than being constrained by a blunt numerical requirement. For the planning process more broadly, it restores discretion where discretion is needed. For builders and developers, it reduces risk by resolving uncertainty and avoided projects being left in limbo. Remember that, the old limbo trick?
That's right.
That matters because confidence drives investment and investment drives housing supply and investment supports housing and homes and communities for renters and people trying to buy their first home. And it's great to know that we're at the highest level of first home buyers for many, many years. It matters because the delays in the planning system ultimately mean fewer homes and higher costs. That's what we don't need for our children, for our mokopuna, for those that deserve to own their own home. And places like Mangere, and places like Maunga Keke, and places like Manurewa, and of course, in places like the hard-working suburb of Glendowie. For the economy, it matters because Auckland matters. Auckland is New Zealand's economic engine, despite the efforts of some opposite. And if Auckland is held back, the country's held back. And that's why enabling Auckland to grow, and grow well, is central to lifting not only productivity and living standards, but also wealth, health, well-being, and a sense of cultural affinity. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Auckland Council has already signalled how it intends to respond to the increased discretion this bill provides, and it's not going to be dictated to by people from Dunedin. It has identified a set of principles to guide its work, including retaining strong intensification around metropolitan areas and rapid transit, reducing capacity in less connected locations further from the city centre and along lower ranked transport corridors. We will not allow the representative from Mosgiel to tell us what to do in Auckland. Those principles reflect the balance this bill is designed to strike. They show how planning judgment can be exercised responsibly. They demonstrate that restoring discretion does not mean abandoning structure or ambition, but they are not final decisions. They are a starting point. That's the council and the elected representatives will develop their preferred approach, release updated maps and provisions. This is not map gate people, and invite public submissions. Final outcomes will be continued to be determined through the planning process, informed by evidence submissions in the independent planning panel. Aucklanders will have a say. Aucklanders, people, not people from Maniapoto and Ngāti Tama, like member opposite. They will have a say in how those outcomes are shaped. Central government will not be making those decisions. We don't sit up here like titans or gods saying, oh, here, we're going to mix the drinks over here, we're going to mix the drinks over there. No. Aucklanders can mix their own drinks, people. Yes. That is Auckland's plan. That is this government's plan. Aucklanders can mix their own drinks. Go the Blues, second only to the Chiefs. This bill supports a broader vision for Auckland. Auckland must be able to grow if Aotearoa New Zealand is to prosper. It means saying yes more often. We are not a government of no, we're a government of yes. Yes to housing, yes to infrastructure, yes to transit-oriented development, and yes to growth and employment, yes to Aucklanders. It means making the most of major public investments like the CRL, go the wahs. And it means having a planning system that enables Auckland Council to shape growth responsibly, rather than locking it into rigid outcomes and being told what to do like students in a classroom in Takapuna. That's right. That's it. It means having a planning system that enables Auckland Council to move forward with a vision. And this bill supports that vision. Whether or not it's up on Remuera Road, the tough streets of Remuera and Epsom, the mean streets. And of course, helping Auckland move forward as a more connected, more productive, more livable city, one that can adapt to change and respond to opportunity and be the global city that it's destined to be. Mr. Speaker, this bill, Madam Speaker, sits alongside the government's wider program of RMA reform. It's designed to deliver a new planning system that's clearer, simpler, more predictable. Stand by, conservation's coming. As Auckland Council works through Plan Change 120, some requirements under the MPS on urban development are temporarily overlapping. This includes reassessing its housing capacity or future development strategy. There's little value now in requiring new planning and modelling work while the plan of change itself is still being finalised and the new system is being established. This bill makes a targeted adjustment. Where's Dan Bidwell when I need him? Why it's a tautoko? Why it's a tautoko? Yes, why it's a tautoko, mate? To remove that duplication in the short term by removing these requirements on the council, great Harvard grad. The bill was regressed under urgency because delay would have real consequences. Without this bill, rigid settings would have been locked in, and of course, Aucklanders would be worse off for it. Opportunities to respond would have been lost. Urgency was used here to help resolve problems before they came entrenched, not to avoid scrutiny. It was about getting the systems right, the settings right, and decisions are still being made. E te māngai o te whare, Madam Speaker, this government believes in Auckland. It believes in Aucklanders. It believes that people who live in our largest city, our largest metropolitan area, can make the decisions they need with the delegations and the responsibilities that the council has to again drive Auckland forward and not be mired up in a situation where the government continues to mix the drink. To all Aucklanders, here, near and afar, thank you for leading our country into the future. Kia ora.
The question is that the motion be agreed to.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's so nice to start my speech with applause.
Rachel
Thank you so much from the members across. I am interested in the government minister there just saying that this government believes in Auckland. And I wonder, Madam Speaker, does this government only believe in Auckland in March of 2026 and not of August of 2025? Is that what that minister means? Because that government is the one who introduced the 2 million just in August last year. August last year. This is a huge flip-flop from just August last year. And it's a flip-flop from February this year. It's hard to keep up with. But apparently we have Christine Fletcher to thank for it, and that is what the minister said. So should it be the Christine Fletcher amendment bill that we're all talking about now? The power of the barbecue and, in fact, the power of whatever happened on Monday in Cabinet. It's all changing. But, Madam Speaker, we've also heard from the minister just then that this is to create certainty and to be efficient and to make the best use of infrastructure. And I would like to have it on record that making the best use of infrastructure, that's a great thing to be doing, Madam Speaker. Certainty, well, wouldn't that be nice, Madam Speaker? But in fact, all that this bill is doing, and efficiency, fan of efficiency too. I was getting away with myself so quickly there, I missed the efficiency point, but all for efficiency as well. Unfortunately, this bill does none of that. That is not what this bill is about, and we have had incoherent arguments from the government about the wonders of intensification and lowering housing prices, which we totally agree with, and then saying they're reducing that intensification. And it is not efficient because they also have not been able to answer the question of, well, what happens if Auckland Council decides not to change Plan Change 120, which by reading this bill they can decide? Why then have we been in all stages urgency if they don't have to change the bill, their plan rather? That seems like a big waste of time of this House and the expense that goes with that. We also, on this efficiency point and the certainty point, haven't heard from government members about where Auckland's Plan Change 120 as modified or even as not modified, that's their choice, how that will stand in a new planning system. And we've had ministers refer to the new planning system plenty of times in this debate, but we have not heard what certainty Aucklanders are going to have with these plan changes. So could it be, and I say it could be, given the answers that we've had during this all stages urgent debate, that any plan change is a total waste of time because ministers are going to roll on in and say, well, no, you've got to start all over again with our new legislation. And my sympathies go to Auckland ratepayers. As the Minister just mentioned, I am the member for Dunedin. My colleague, Ingrid Leary, is the member for Tairari, which includes beautiful Mosgiel, not part of my electorate. But the ratepayers of Auckland are having to pay for this. And for what point if the government is just going to continually interfere and flip-flop on its own decisions? Decisions made in August last year, which were different from the decisions made in December 2024 when the RM Consenting and Other Matters Amendment Bill was introduced. So there was a position on the MDRS and all the backtracking on that. But then this government, whilst they've been in government, made decisions to introduce a piece of legislation in December 2024. They changed their mind through the select committee process, and that happened at some point in 2025. And then the Act was made with amendments in the committee stage at the last minute. The select committee had not looked at them in August 2025, and here we are again. Like, they really cannot make any decisions, and this all might be a big waste of time, Madam Speaker. We also have, in terms of talking about the lack of logic or the incoherence in the government arguments, they say, well, this is about giving Aucklanders who have to keep paying for these changes, giving them some choice. But we have not heard those ministers or those government members talk about the changes, some of those other changes that were made in August 2025 that enable ministerial interference. And we had a brief discussion just before about the decision makers on the panel considering this plan. And some of those decision makers are appointed by the Crown, by the ministers. That is not Wellington saying to Auckland, here we go, Auckland, you make all the decisions. That is Wellington saying to Auckland, with these people. Even more importantly, there is this statement of expectations that the minister can just make by Gazette notice whenever he wants. And that is a very powerful tool, and that very much is coming from Wellington and not Auckland. So for members opposite me to say, oh, this is all of a sudden giving Auckland a whole lot of choice, well, it's a whole lot of choice with a whole that is constrained. I mean, it's not a whole lot of choice, is it? These are huge constraints that this government is putting on those people in Auckland who have to pay for it and have no certainty, because all of the Planning Act to come is up for grabs, and this might end up nowhere at all. We've also keep hearing about these numbers, this 2 million, 1.6 million as advertised 6 weeks ago, and now on Monday, the 1.4 million. And whilst I don't want to focus particularly on those numbers, I am interested in that process of how we got to 1.6 and then 1.4. We've had no explanation for that. And then we know that the council doesn't necessarily have to make the change. So why are we here? I know I'm repeating myself, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to repeat myself because there is no reason for us to be here. We are in all stages urgency to do something that the Minister says isn't particularly necessary because we are going to have those high capacity numbers anyway. But then we have this question of, well, that can't be right. surely Cabinet made a decision to do all stages urgency for a reason. And surely that reason is the noise that was heard from some of these areas that do not have the named train stations, that they did not want to be intensified. Some people did not want that intensification to happen to them. And there's no clear wording in this bill that says no intensification in Parnell. That's not what happens. What happens is that the minimum is set, and the members opposite keep saying, oh, it's just a minimum, Auckland Council can do more. But in reality, we know the politics of the situation is where you have that minimum and know that that minimum can be met by the intensification around the train stations, then it is going to be very difficult for any local politician to say, well, in fact, we are going to go beyond the minimum. Even though all these train stations are going to affect that new lowered minimum, we want to go beyond it to do some real change in the parts of the city that are close to the central business district, in the parts of the city that we know will do the most for our productivity as a nation, because Auckland is exceptionally important. It is our international city, and we need it to be like a city and to be enabled to do that. But what this legislation is doing is trying to stop that change from happening. And that is disgraceful. And it is disgraceful that those members are trying to sell this as Auckland having more choice, when all it is increasing uncertainty and increasing the ratepayer burden.
Madam Speaker.
Timothy Paul.
Kia ora, Madam Speaker. So for this last third reading speech, last night had a good, at the second reading speech had a good rack up about the NIMBYs, but I'd actually like to spend this speech talking about some practical suggestions for how Auckland could enable and actually realise more housing, the housing that it needs, in a way that would really work for everybody, because we are opposing this bill because of the step backs from 2 million to 1.6 to 1.4. However, I do acknowledge that there is truth to people on that side of the house, the other side of the house, who have said this is just a minimum and that Auckland Council can go further. And from the reporting that I've seen from Auckland Council, where the Mayor says, 2 million would have been fine, I hope that those aspirations are fulfilled if Auckland Council want to do that. So I acknowledge that. The Auckland Unitary Plan is actually really special. It's to quote from a friend's unpublished work, so I better not say their name, but to quote, the Auckland Unitary Plan represents one of the most extensive rezoning initiatives implemented in a contemporary metropolitan context, substantially increasing development capacity across the region. That comment is in the world. That's in any metropolitan modern setting. And even the Minister was saying this morning, when he's gone and spoken in New York and other cities at housing symposiums and conferences, even international experts refer to the Auckland Unitary Plan as an example of really big, bold, transformational rezoning in order to make housing more available. And that's to be applauded. Let's recognise that this bill rolls back that ambition, but, this is a minimum entitlement, so Auckland Council can build on that if they want to. Now, anyone in the planning world, or as Simon Court might say, the SimCity nerdy planning world, there's a bit of a goat, or greatest of all time, a bit of a legend, and his name is Gale. Everybody knows about Gale. He's an urban planner who has really influenced the way that modern, Western, probably Asian countries and cities think about urban planning. And his whole thing is that density and intensification and allowing more houses in cities and towns and regions is not simply about the numbers of dwellings that we enable, but about also the quality of the environments that we're creating, that people live in. And I really love this quote as well from Cervero, another urban planner, who says that density cannot succeed in isolation. And that's really what I want to talk about, because in the Committee of the Whole stage this morning, it was really clear to me that this bill and the housing that it enables is really not underpinned by any understanding or assumptions around infrastructure capacity. And I'm not saying that in a way to be like, the infrastructure's not there, or the infrastructure's already, at its maximum, capacity, therefore we should not build. It's a point to be made that the government really has to have a hard think about what kind of infrastructure they're supporting in order to support more housing. Like, I think everyone in the House can agree around that. But there was very much a vibe from the Minister that, Auckland Council can think about that. That's a problem for Auckland Council. The problem with that is that my understanding is that Auckland Council are at their borrowing limit. They have been stretched to the max, and that might be down to a number of reasons. I imagine it was very expensive for them to have to deal with multiple massive natural disasters, Cyclone Gabrielle, the Auckland anniversary floods. That would have maxed out a lot of their capital expenditure planning into the future. But they've also, I don't, as I said earlier in the morning, I don't pay an awful lot of attention to Auckland Council because it's not my city, but I imagine there have been decisions in the past and in the present that have meant that Auckland Council can't borrow more money. And many councils are in this position where they don't have a lot of headroom in order to borrow for the infrastructure that they need to accommodate these growing populations. And so I really think the government needs to think really hard about how they will support Auckland to fund the infrastructure that will be needed to accommodate this additional 1,400,000 people. And I really want to bring into the room the rates cap, because you can't consider this bill without considering the plans that this government has for local government, which is that they want to cap rates. They want to limit the amount that councils can raise revenue through rates. So if Auckland Council have got this, they want 2 million, apparently, according to the Mayor. This government is saying we will give you a minimum target of 1.4 million. That's all good and well, that's great, we want more housing, but if nobody is considering the fact that Auckland can't borrow and there might be a rates cap, you're in a really bad situation where you're going to put a whole lot of people in homes and there is not going to be the transport, the schools, the hospitals, the green spaces, all of those things to accommodate that growth. Now, the Minister, in response to those concerns, said that there is the infrastructure funding and financing bill that is before the House that might be able to address some of those concerns. And that's great, because that's the conversation that we really need to have, because, as I was saying earlier, when you zone for more housing, you instantly create more value. So let's look at the Avondale Racecourse. That was zoned for a particular purpose, and then through this change, it will be rezoned for housing. Overnight, that increases the value of the Avondale Racecourse land by millions of dollars, maybe even $1 billion. And there is a way that governments and councils can capture some of that added value as a result of decisions by public institutions, and they can put that value back into the infrastructure required to accommodate that extra housing. And even neoliberal governments and councils across the world, in places like London, Sydney, Vancouver, know this. So they understand that higher density brings more economic activity into a city and a town. They know that. It's really weird that in New Zealand there's still some of these attitudes that are against densification when densification's really great for the economy. But it's only good if the government and the council actively intervene in that process. You can't just sit by and let the market do it, because the market and those developers are not going to pay for the required waterworks, roadworks, all of the added pressure on the infrastructure system. So that's where the government and council need to be proactive to capture some of that value to invest. An example I gave this morning is that when Transmission Gully was built, it created $6 billion of value in private gains. $6 billion. The government, when planning Transmission Gully, and I acknowledge that it was Labour and National-led governments that were, part of that life cycle of Transmission Gully. If you captured just a small percentage of that $6 billion to invest into things, into wastewater, green space, environmental stuff, whatever you want to spend it on, that's a really good use of regulatory and financing powers to improve the public good and the amenity that we all enjoy in our living environments. So that, and I just want to point to another couple examples of how we can do things well. Zoning is about sharing the load. It's really important that everybody in a city shares the intensification burden, that all of us do our part. I talked about Epsom and Remuera last night. I don't really want to get racked up again, so we'll leave it at that. But I do want to point to some good examples and solutions. We need to consider land value capture. That is what I was just talking about. But we can also look to cities like Vancouver and London, where they've zoned for more housing, but they link, they stage their development and they link the number of consents to timing and funding of upgrades of infrastructure. So when, let's say, a suburb in London, when they get a certain number of consents and they build, say, an additional 10,000 houses, at that point, that will trigger an additional investment in the transport infrastructure. A new park is built and some new pipes are invested. So what we're saying is yes to more housing. Can we please have a conversation about how we fund the infrastructure to support that housing? Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Pamjit Pama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm taking this call on behalf of the ACT Party to support the third reading of the Resource Management Auckland Housing Amendment Bill. Madam Speaker, it's really good to see that this bill is going through urgency, and I was listening to the Labour member's contribution. On one hand, she was complaining about this bill going through urgency. On the other hand, she wanted more houses built. So I think they need to go and make up their minds about what should happen, whether they want to support this bill going through as soon as possible or they want to oppose building more houses. But they actually didn't want urgency, but on the other hand, they want more houses built as soon as possible. And Madam Speaker, I do understand there is importance of a select committee process, but the select committee process's main purpose is to hear from people. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that as soon as this planning was out of 2 million dwellings in Auckland, there were lots of people emailing us. There was a huge amount of correspondence that was received by me and many, many of my colleagues in the ACT team. And not only by email, people were reaching out in public events as well and sharing their views about the initial announcement. And I had many one-on-one conversations as well with many, many people, those who share their conversations. And Madam Speaker, I don't understand that why some members in this House on that side, they think that if people live in East Auckland, people live in North Shore or in some other suburbs that they mentioned in their speeches that their voice should not count. Why should only voices of some people they like should count? People living in East Auckland, if they come and share their experiences, that voice should count. And yes, I am a member of parliament based in list member of parliament based in Pakuranga, and I've heard from many, many families in Pakuranga, those who have shared their experiences of very, very local infrastructure failure. I've had families reach out to me, those who have had their backyard flooded. And Madam Speaker, not just that, I had a family reached out to me because it wasn't just their backyard that was flooded, their house was flooded as well, and the water was really filthy. So they didn't have to just pump that water out, they had to get their whole house sanitized. So I'm asking, do we ignore those voices? No, Madam Speaker, not because where people live, we just ignore their voices. Everybody's voice should be equally valued, and that is what we have done. We have listened, and that is why we have scaled it down from 2 million houses to now 1.4 million houses. Madam Speaker, I don't want to mention any names of these families, but I do want to mention one person, and that person is Janet Dixon. She is the chair of the Howick Ratepayers and Residents Association. She had a really good meeting with me, and I must say that she really nicely articulated the concerns of the local community. And I must say that she did a really good job of representing the concerns of local communities in Hawick and Pekuranga. And this process is about listening. This process is acting on the basis of what we hear from people. And it is not the first time that things, the way we want to approach, sometimes we change after what we hear from people. That is what the Parliament should be doing. And that is what every member in this House should be doing. So, Madam Speaker, this is about streamlining our planning rules, and scaling back is a good idea. And so the ACT Party is supporting this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Andy Foster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, it's been interesting to listen to this debate about whether we have how many future potential buildings that we might have, whether it's 2 million, 1.6, 1.4. And I think actually it's interesting to reflect on, this is about potential future over an extended period of time. A lot of those will never come to pass because the owners of those properties don't want to develop them, or don't want them to develop them in a particular way up to the maximum size. That's normal. That's why you aim for a potential number that's way, way higher than you actually think you actually need. So we are not looking to have 2 million houses. We're not looking to have 1.6. We're not looking to have 1.4. We are simply providing the capacity that there are 1.4 million choices, 1.6 million choices, 2 million choices that people can choose from to develop those to provide the housing stock that we think a future Auckland might need. Now, just to put it in context, we've currently got about 600,000 dwellings in Auckland. So it's taken 180 odd years to create 600,000 dwellings. Unless we're going very, very, very fast, we are not going to be getting 2 million anytime soon. And if we do, God knows what the country is going to look like. And the question really is also, if you ask Auckland, if you go and talk to Wayne Brown and say, do you want growth at that level? I suspect the answer will probably be, actually, no, we don't. Because certainly the infrastructure can't cope with it, the shape of the city can't cope with it, and the rate of change and the pace of change will be too great. Madam Speaker, this bill doesn't change, and I think we've had acknowledgement from the opposition, this bill doesn't change the ceiling. If Auckland wants to zone for 2 million extra houses, it can do that. But all it does is it takes some of the pressure off and says, actually, all you've got to do now is to zone for 1.4 plus some of those areas around the CRL, etc. And so we're actually reducing the pressure on Auckland to do that, to upzone. But I do note that if you look at the map that's there at the moment, there are some pretty significant opportunities within Auckland which are not upzoned at this moment in time, which could be upzoned at a future time, but they need to be allied with infrastructure. And they are also the way of paying for some of that infrastructure. So there are still some really exciting possibilities and choices that Auckland needs to make. And I think that we need, as a parliament, as a government, to be walking alongside Auckland. So as I said, there are opportunities for upzoning allied with transport and infrastructure investment. The key, though, is that we capture, and we've heard that in some of the discussion before, and I said that earlier, the key, though, is we capture the upzoning value so that we can use that value uplift to pay for some of that infrastructure. Because if you try and do that by through the ratepayers' purse, through the taxpayers' purse, the reality is it's going to be unaffordable, projects won't happen, and we'll end up with a city and a country which is suboptimal as a result. Because what happens in Auckland doesn't just affect Auckland, it affects the areas around Auckland, affects the country as a whole. Just wanted to make, so it's really important that growth pays for growth. And as I said, the advice we've had from the Infrastructure Commission, I will repeat that, what I said in the earlier debates, is that the Infrastructure Commission has been very plain that growth at the moment is not paying for growth. It's not even close. They've said between 30 and 50% is their best estimate, which means between 50 and 70% is paid for by existing ratepayers, existing taxpayers. So we need to do a lot better than that. Developers might scream blue murder about that, but if they're not paying, it means that the existing taxpayer, the existing ratepayer is paying, and that's a problem. And on that basis, even if you like the growth, you could actually understand why the existing ratepayer or taxpayer might have an aversion to that growth because they're paying for the lion's share of it. The other point I wanted to make in that aspect is about the role of greenfields. So when you plan a city, and the extensive amount of planning that's been going on in Auckland, and this is true elsewhere as well, councils will go through an extensive process with their communities to develop a plan, and then from left field at some stage, maybe 12 months down the track, 24 months down the track, somebody says, I want to do a brand new greenfields development. I don't know quite why we encourage that why we permit that sort of thing to happen so easily, because they should have got into that process and said, look, as part of your overall picture, your overall thinking for your city, we think this area needs to be developed, and this is how the infrastructure all works together. But that doesn't seem to happen. We still seem to permit that, and I know that maybe not so much Auckland Council, although I know they're not that enthusiastic, but a lot of councils really have an aversion to greenfields development coming from left field, particularly after they've spent literally years and years and years with their communities planning their cities. So I raised that issue. The next issue I just wanted to talk about, Madam Speaker, is partnership. And we need to make sure that government is working with councils. And I had a wee amount of time working in a council or being part of a council, and so often governments, doesn't matter whether they were red-led governments or blue-led governments, did things to councils. And usually said to the councils, you're going to pay for it as well. And it makes life really difficult if the rules keep chopping and changing. And literally, as I said in the earlier debate, during the development of the Wellington City District Plan, the government intervened twice, literally as we were about to go out to consultation or go out to a major part of that. And we had to go back and rearrange a whole lot of things. It's really, really unhelpful. So we need governments, whether they're red-led or blue-led, need to work with councils, to walk alongside councils. And I'd make the point that the next piece of legislation I think we've got coming to this House is the Auckland Transport legislation. And one of the things that does, aside from getting rid of Auckland Transport and putting things back into the council, is the development of a 30-year strategy. 30-year strategy. Now, we don't do 30-year strategies as governments, and governments need to be thinking much longer term. And that's across all aspects of what we do. Many areas need that big long-term thinking. But that Auckland Transport bill says that government and the council will walk together in developing a 30-year transport strategy. And in developing a 30-year transport strategy, you also have to have a 30-year plan for your city, the shape of your city. And that's what you should be doing, because those two things, transport and urban development, have to work together, and all the infrastructure that supports that. So we're sort of part way into that partnership, but we need to do a lot more of that as this bill progresses and as thinking progresses. The other area which I've mentioned several times, growth in the city. So we are now at the stage where we are at less than replacement. So, you know, births versus deaths, it's going to start turning around, and in fact our population would slowly decline over time, except for one big lever, it's migration. And it is not the council that is in charge of migration, it's the government. And government, it doesn't matter again whether it's red or blue-led, does not have a long-term coherent demographic and migration strategy. And that means that we would regularly say to councils, and I've been on the receiving end of this, we want you to plan for 30 years growth. And we will go, well, how much is 30 years growth going to be? Because you're the ones who hold the levers. So government, again, needs to do some serious long-term thinking about how many people we're providing for and where they're going to go. And in that, I would note that, and I gave a speech quite some time ago, so much of migration goes to Auckland. And the question you ask is that necessarily a good thing? And if you look at the size of Auckland in comparison to the population of the country as a whole, Auckland is one of the biggest. I think it was, I worked out, other than you leave the city-states out, you know, the Singapores and so on, Monacos, those kind of things. But Auckland was second only to Doha, prospectively, as a proportion of the entire population of the country. Now, when you're an outlier, you should really be thinking, are we an outlier for good reason, or an outlier because it's just happened to us? And it seems to me that what we're doing in this country so often, not just in this area, is that we're not creating the future that we want, but we're just stumbling into it. And we've got to do a lot better than that. Madam Speaker, just to finish off with, there have been some comments made about Auckland, quite a few comments made about Auckland as an engine of growth. And yes, that's true. But I would remind you that the vast majority of our export revenue does not come from our cities. It comes from our rural area. And the population of our rural area broadly has not gone up. The population of our urban areas has. And the question I put to you is whether in fact that means that our rural areas are carrying more and more people in our urban areas. And unless we do something to boost the revenue, the export revenue that is generated by those urban areas, you know, through science, through digital technology, through whatever it might be, we are not going to be a more productive, more wealthy society. So we've got some real challenges in that area as well. I'm not quite sure Dr. Junan is saying, but I'm sure it's good. So, Madam Speaker, this bill really is leaving for Auckland the opportunities for it to decide how it grows, for it to decide what the shape of the city should be, and that's the way it should be, but for government to walk alongside of Auckland, particularly in transport and investment in infrastructure, so that together we can create a great city as part of a great country. So, Madam Speaker, this really is about trying to grow the shape of a city, the shape of a country that we should be aspiring to, not merely stumbling into it. Madam Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
Orini Kaipara.
Epika, let me begin with this truth. Tāmaki Makaurau, Auckland is in a housing crisis. That much is not in dispute. He oi, for too many whānau across Tāmaki Makaurau, the dream of a safe, secure, affordable home remains out of reach. Too many tamariki are growing up in overcrowded homes. Too many rangatahi are couch surfing or on our streets. Too many wahine and whānau are still living in motels, garages and cars. We all know the urgency of the need. However, urgency must never come at the cost of justice. In less than 24 hours, this House is passing a significant housing legislation for Tāmaki Makaurau, Auckland under urgency, without select committee scrutiny, without public submissions, and without proper consultation with Manafinoa and Māori communities. That is not good lawmaking, and that is not good housing policy, because urgency narrows the room. And when the room narrows, Māori are the first pushed out. Urban Māori do not have planning consultants on retainer. They do not have legal teams ready to respond within 20 working days to complex, shifting planning proposals. So urgency does not accelerate Māori participation, Mr. Speaker. It filters Māori out. For generations, decisions about our whenua have been made to us, around us, and over us. The people of Tāmaki Makaurau know that history deeply. From Ōkahu Bay to South Auckland, Māori communities have long lived with the consequences of planning decisions that prioritise development over people and density over belonging. So while this bill speaks the language of housing supply, the question we must ask is very simple. Supply for whom? Because more houses on paper do not automatically mean homes for Māori whānau or Pasifika whānau or vulnerable families. We know from previous RMA housing reforms that the government's stated objective is to accelerate supply in high demand cities. But supply without equity can simply deepen inequality. Without affordability protections, without anti-displacement measures, without explicit pathways for papa kāinga, even in urban centres, and whānau-led housing, this legislation risks reproducing the same exclusion that has locked Māori out of home ownership for generations. The people I represent, Mr. Speaker, are not asking for special treatment. They're asking for fairness. They're asking that housing law in Tāmaki Makaurau, Auckland recognise that Māori housing is not only about units and zoning maps, but it's about whakapapa. It is about connection to whenua. It is about keeping whānau close to their marae, to their kura and to their communities. It is also about growth. What does that growth look like when Māori continuously are locked out from the decision making? The urgency of this bill restricted any real, reasonable, robust debate from everyone, from 1.6 million people of Tāmaki Makaurau, Auckland, from the 250,000 Māori that call Tāmaki Makaurau home, and from this very House. If time had been granted, Mr. Speaker, Te Pāti Māori would have proposed in time amendments that give effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, require meaningful Manafinoa consultation, protect communities from displacement, enable papa kāinga and multi-generational housing, require reporting on Māori housing outcomes, and ensure that this House remains accountable for the impacts of this bill. Those were not unreasonable amendments. They were practical, principled, and they were grounded in the lived realities of the people of Tāmaki Makaurau, Auckland. If this government is sincere in its commitment to solving the housing crisis, then it must also be sincere about who that solution serves, because housing policy that does not reach those who are most in need is not reform, it is rhetoric. Te Te Pāti Māori and the MP for Tāmaki Makaurau simply do not support this bill in its current state or in any form because it has not gone through the correct processes that give rise to the people of Tāmaki Makaurau, but acknowledge, honour and respect Te Tiriti o Waitangi, respect the 19 Manafinoa of Tāmaki Makaurau and the Greater Isthmus of Auckland, and it has not considered what the impact will be to Māori communities now and in the next 30 years. E kore rawa mātou e whakai ki tēnei kamutu. For that reason, we do not support because actually I stand here for Māori housing justice and our mokopuna, and that's basically our bottom line.
Nice. Mr. Speaker.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill effectively has always been about protecting the wealth of rich people in leafy suburbs who have long fought to maintain their status as people who live in areas that are simply inaccessible for everyday working people. And I would invite the members of the government who I think are inviting me to Northcote to realise that the political discourse behind this bill does come from government ministers effectively caving in to wealthy constituents who do not want to see intensification in some of our inner city suburbs where young people are locked out of opportunities there, of affordable housing. And it's hard to take the government's claims of committing to increase housing supply seriously when they are gutting public housing programs left, right and centre, including in our biggest city. I think the previous members, the member just in front of me, I think the minister said it's not true. It is true. They are gutting public housing programs. It is happening. We are seeing in Auckland empty lots where public housing should have been, housing that would have been for some of our lowest income people that are currently often waiting for months, if not years, in the social housing register. And the wildest thing about this is that this bill continues putting the onus of neighbourhoods that are facing the brunt of youth unemployment and the current impact of the fossil fuel crisis, such as West and South Auckland, to be the ones carrying the load when it comes to intensifying our biggest city in the country. The government had the opportunity to do intensification done well while enabling more people to live in our city centre suburbs, and also has the opportunity to continue moving towards having less homes in flood-prone areas. But we can't do that without adequate housing supply, particularly in those very same neighbourhoods that are affected. And if the government genuinely is so concerned about having adequate public infrastructure in those areas that resist intensification, we could instead have a central government that works with local government to ensure that we have the public transport infrastructure that our city deserves. I mean, it was telling to hear the minister in the Committee of the Whole House talk about light rail through Dominion Road, when I haven't seen this government put forward a case that genuinely commits to actually building light rail on Dominion Road in a way that is achievable and realistic. The Greens, when the Labour Party was in government, were very clear that we did want a more affordable light rail option for our biggest city through Dominion Road, ideally surface light rail, which would have been delivered sooner and more cost efficiently. All these things can absolutely happen and be put in place. But this isn't a bill to enable this. This is a bill that caves into some of the government's wealthiest constituents while leaving behind young families who are locked out of seeing themselves having secure tenure in our city suburbs. I also want to acknowledge that in the Committee of the Whole House, and this is why the use of urgency is particularly problematic, we had a minister who, for example, told us that there was no analysis done on, for example, the change in job creations from the downgrading of the minimum housing supply that will now be put in place from 2 million to 1.4 million homes. We know, obviously, that if you're requiring less homes to be built, you're going to have less jobs being made available, and the security of those jobs will also be lower. Yet there was no analysis done whatsoever on this. There was also no updated analysis being presented to us on, for example, how changes in migration patterns and population changes are informing these changes. All these things could have well been unpacked at a select committee stage. We could have asked for that advice. We could have had that unpacked in a more evidence-based way. But this government does not care about evidence, does not care actually about low-income families struggling to access secure housing. This government will continue pandering to the wealthy few, particularly in this case in leafy suburbs, and will keep locking out low-income working people from having secure housing. You don't have to believe me. You have to just look at the government's housing program to look at the cancellation of public housing and the lack of enablement of affordable housing for our low-income families. The Green Party will not be supporting this bill and will keep fighting for adequate supply of affordable housing and intensification done well.
Remo Nakle.
What some people on the other side of the House want to call flip-flopping, we want to call listening to our neighbours. What other people want to call caving in, we call respecting the views of everyday Kiwis. For people on the other side to talk about South Auckland, well, I'll tell you about the residents groups in South Auckland, Mr Speaker, and East Auckland. The residents groups of Wattle Downs, of the Gardens, of Waiata Shores, of Conifer Grove, of Flatbush residents groups. We've listened to them. I've taken their views to our hard-working, listening ministers, and I'm proud that we're a party that listens. I commend this bill to the House.
So, Speaker, 5 minute split call. Honourable Willie Jackson.
What a shocking speech from that member. What a shocking speech, but it does. It's unbelievable that she would treat such an issue with such contempt and not put any effort into her speech. But then the minister's not even here, Mr Speaker, not even here. I can't say, but I did. But my apologies, Mr Speaker, just in case you were going to warn me. This is a serious issue, but Chris Bishop has slapped Auckland in the face once again. That's what we no doubt about that, by ripping up his housing intensification plans, all because of David Seymour. Seymour's rich leafy leafy homeowners put the pressure on Chris Bishop because they didn't want to be forced to live next door to multi-level housing, Mr Speaker. That's what it was all about. And so we all know what happened there. The pressure went on Mr Bishop. So he cut Auckland's housing limit to 1.4 million. 1.4 million, having cut the plan change 120 capacity from 2 million to 1.6 million. Mr Speaker, after all the talk from Chris Bishop, all the talk about what he was going to do in Auckland, how he was going to look after Aucklanders and workers and everything else, he buckled, Mr Speaker. He buckled to the ACT Party, who said, oh, no, not in our neighbourhood. Not in our neighbourhood. Oh, it's just terrible. We can't be in this neighbourhood. It's a kick in the guts for many Aucklanders trying to find a home, and it's an attack, Mr Speaker, as Wayne Brown has said, on the Auckland Council, all because ACT and National NIMBYs in the leafy suburbs have been unleashed, basically, on Chris Bishop, and Chris Bishop has buckled, Mr Speaker, after all the big talk, all the bravado from this minister. He totally buckled in the end, collapsed so much that he sent Tama Pōtaka in to save him. So much for the great urbanist Chris Bishop, that we now have to water down housing intensification, basically to suck up to the right-wing NIMBYs, Mr Speaker. That's what this is all about. And I think that we've pointed that out through this debate. Chris Bishop wants to tell us he's solving Auckland's housing crisis, but what he's really done is invent a new political sport, Mr Speaker, and it's called backward progress. That's what we would call Chris Bishop's new sport. It's such a nonsensical and humiliating move from Chris Bishop. We were told intensification was the answer. Build up, build smart, make room for people. And then along comes Chris Bishop with a plan that says, yes, more housing, but also less housing, but also don't worry about it. That's what we ended up with Chris Bishop in the end. It's like, it's just crazy, Mr. Speaker. This government talks endlessly about decentralisation, letting communities make their own decisions, but when Auckland Council actually tries to plan for growth, suddenly it's no, not like that. Apparently Auckland can make its own decisions as long as there's the same decisions Wellington already made. And let's talk about the numbers, Mr. Speaker. We had capacity for more homes, more density, more opportunity. Now we've quietly shaved that back. Not enough to fix the crisis, but just enough to say, oh, we tried. We tried. It's the policy equivalent of turning up to a marathon, jogging 200 metres and then just asking for a medal. That's what this government is doing. It is a sad indictment, and New Zealanders are waking up, Mr. Speaker. They're waking up to this useless coalition government who buckle at every turn. They buckle when it comes to tobacco lobbyists, Mr. Speaker. They buckle when it comes to oil and gas lobbyists. They buckle when it comes to ACT supporters who put the pressure on their minister, on the Minister Chris Bishop, who had all the talk in the world and buckled. This is what this government's all about. That's why they're crashing in the polls, Mr. Speaker. Crashing. So 26% in the last poll last night. What a shocking poll result. And we're watching very closely if there's going to be any moves in terms of leadership. Sadly, no one on that side of the House is a contender, Mr. Speaker. Meanwhile, young Aucklanders are still locked out of the market. Rents keep climbing and the dream of affordable housing drifts further away, probably to a low-density suburb somewhere. So what's the plan? Here's the key. What's the plan? Let's clarify. Less ambition and a lot more spin. Because in the end, this isn't a bold reform. It's a cautious retreat dressed up as leadership. And Auckland, Mr. Speaker, deserves better than a housing policy that builds confusion faster than it builds homes. Kia ora, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Jenny Salisa.
It was
the
a
Honourable
split
Jenny
call.
Salisa. This is a split call from call 8.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this Resource Management Auckland Housing Amendment Bill is disappointing, Mr. Speaker. I know that the Minister, the Honourable Chris Bishop, tried. He tried really hard to keep the number of dwellings at 2 million, and unfortunately that number has been downgraded initially to 1.6 million dwellings, and then we know that Cabinet, this is according to an interview of the Minister earlier on this morning, actually agreed to downgrade that number to 1.4 million houses. Mr. Speaker, it is actually a lot of our folks, not just in South Auckland but West Auckland, that actually gets to take on that extra burden of where these houses, which we know that Auckland is our largest city. It is our largest city, and I think the approximate number of folks that live in Auckland now is about 1.6, 1.7 million people, and it is projected to continue to grow. And so with that growth, it is actually really practical, and it is great that there is planning for the future to ensure that there are more homes built. However, when the numbers like this keeps on being dropped, that actually does not provide certainty. Certainly doesn't provide certainty for developers, and it certainly doesn't provide certainty for Auckland Council, and not certainty for the families who are locked out of home ownership, including many in my electorate in Pāmua or Tahoe. We agree, Mr. Speaker, that Auckland definitely needs to grow. However, it does not mean freezing change in the leafy suburbs that already have excellent infrastructure while shunting that growth into communities that are already carrying an infrastructure deficit. The wider framework that this bill introduces makes sure that intensification will actually not happen in some suburbs. And even though the legislation does not actually spell out which those suburbs are, we kind of know what those suburbs are likely to be. It is the ones that have the city rail link. It is the ones that already have good schools, good water infrastructure, frequent public transportation and strong political representation. And in many of those areas, the message from government seems to be, don't worry, we'll find somewhere else to put this housing growth. Now, that somewhere else is too often South Auckland and West Auckland. And in my area, it is Papatoetoe, Otara and neighbouring areas of Mangere and Manurewa. It is those communities that are more than 10 kilometres out of the CBD of Auckland. And it is the areas with the highest deprivation rates. It is the areas also with many of our youngest population. So in terms of infrastructure deficit in South Auckland, Mr. Speaker, anyone who spends time in our areas knows that there is already congestion. There is already buses that are not frequent or direct. The train stations are also not treated as seriously as the shiny CRL stations in the city. Overloaded stormwater systems cannot cope with heavy rain, and we already saw the effects of that, Mr. Speaker, during the Auckland floods. So when this government comes to the House with a bill that reduces the overall capacity requirement and tells Auckland Council to make it work, what they're really doing is making it easier to say no to intensification in comfortable suburbs and harder to say yes in communities like mine in South Auckland. If the government was serious about growing in the right places, this bill would be paired with a plan to address and fund the infrastructure deficit in South Auckland. Mr. Speaker, Labor opposes this bill because Auckland cannot solve a housing crisis by aiming lower. We oppose it because it shifts the burden and opportunity away from those who are already having the most and towards those who already have the least. We oppose it because it entrenches in Auckland where some suburbs are effectively protected from change while others are told to grow without the infrastructure, the buses, the rail, the parks, the schools that they need. I do not commend this bill to the House, Mr. Speaker.
Dan Bidwell.
It is a great day for communities right across Auckland, from Mount Roskill to Unsworth Heights to Takanini to my suburb of Northcote, Chatswood, Beach Haven, Birkdale, even Northcote Point where members opposite live. This is a great day for Auckland, Mr. Speaker, because it gives Council the flexibility to determine where intensification should actually happen and occur in our city. Intensification where it makes sense. That is the key theme of this bill. And where does it not make sense? Certainly on floodplains, certainly on cliffs, and certainly where there is a lack of infrastructure. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very good bill. It's going to allow for intensification across the CRL, across main arterial routes, across the CBD, and with that I commend this bill to the House.
It's a 5-minute split call. Arana Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, may I take one moment to acknowledge the passing of Sir Barry Curtis. He was the Mayor of Manukau City for 24 years. He is someone who has served his community with heart. He's been a champion for many communities and has stood for the expansion of marae in the area in South Auckland and has stood for Manafinoa having a greater voice in planning, which has been followed the example around the country. Moi mai rā, Sir Barry, we acknowledge you and your service to a place which you loved. And Mr. Speaker, it's appropriate to acknowledge the service of our mayors, of our council, when we're considering the huge scale of the challenge that Auckland has in developing a city that we can be proud of in the future. That in 2040, when we are celebrating 200 years of the modern conception of our nation, we can also look at a city which has grown and which we are proud of on the world stage. That is a challenge that only the two major parties can grapple with. that only National and Labour can find the kind of long-term cross-partisan consensus which leads to the funding and finances of infrastructure that we need, that leads to the planning reform that the city needs. But unfortunately, we're seeing a stepping back from that collective obligation that we have that can only be reached by the two major parties. Nowhere else is it possible to introduce that tension in the system, not at local government level, not within the minor parties, not within any other place is that tension going to be resolved for those long-term challenges. And yet here we are, unfortunately, after years and years of growing public call for longer-term planning, for taking the short-term politics out of the planning for infrastructure and the sort of planning reform that would enable greater supply of housing, now we are back here, having set an aspiration which was reasonable and that there could have been long-term consensus around for the enablement of 2 million homes in our city to grow over the long term. Now we are back here with a law that takes that down, that says that that aspiration was too much, that our hopes for first home buyers to be able to buy their homes in Auckland City and for rents to come down over the long term was too far. And we have members on the other side of the House who have lauded that because they know they have an election coming up and they know they have communities who will be hurting because of this. Yes, you're right that we need to listen to those community groups. Yes, you're right that we need to listen to ratepayer associations who want to have a say. But the answer will never be giving in to those short-term incentives over those long-term areas that we know desperately need attention. When after every election, both major politicals stand up and they say, politicians from both sides say, yes, we need longer-term planning, yes, we need consensus, yes, we need to find cross-partisan support. Remember this debate, which was about exactly that and the fact that we couldn't find it. It's so disappointing for those first home buyers who will lose out because of this, and those areas in our city which are ill-equipped to soak up the intensification which they are already being asked to bear, which will continue to be asked to bear more. I'm talking about those areas in South Auckland and in West Auckland which are poorly provisioned for stormwater, for roading, for transport infrastructure already, and will now face more poorly planned infill housing because that is the alternative to large-scale intensification, the sorts of apartment buildings that we could have had along the corridor of the Eastern Busway, which will be harder and harder for councillors at the Auckland Council level to argue for in the coming years. It's not just about now, it's about the politics of the next decade, and this bill that sets an unambitious limit will make it very, very hard to realise the aspirations of those communities, even with campaigning alongside their locally elected representatives, even if that were possible in today's modern environment where exactly the people who need us to stand up for them are working two jobs, grandmothers and grandparents raising children and cannot participate in that at that local level. They needed the central government politicians who battle for the centre and are battling for the rights and interests of most New Zealanders, those most New Zealanders in the middle who are struggling but can afford some assets and want their children to afford some assets. This was the moment where we could have advocated for their interests, and unfortunately this is not what that bill does. And what about the rest of the government's building reforms? Labour has supported those because they will enable supply of more housing. That all hinged on the ability to reform the planning process, which is now no longer happening to the extent that it should be. All of those reforms which enabled supply will not be able to have the effect. And this is a national government where in the days of Keith Holyoake, they would have voted for something like this. They would have voted for more home ownership. They're turning away from that legacy and they've become a party that will fight for entrenched interests.
Carlos Chang.
Before I begin, I want to acknowledge all the residents who have taken the time over the past 2 years to share their feedback and concern on both Plan Change 78 and Plan Change 120. Your voice have been heard, and they matter. As your local MP, I'm proud to work with you, advocate for you, and see this bill as a victory for the people of Mount Roskill.
Best local MP ever.
I also want to make special mention of Councillor Christine Fletcher and Puketapapa Local Board Chair Roseanne Hay and Member Fiona Lai for their strong advocacy for better and more thoughtful planning in our communities. A key change in this bill is reducing the minimum housing capacity under Plan Change 120 from 2 million houses to 1.4 million.
I've heard concern from the opposition that this limit housing supply or taking decision away from local government. In fact, this does the exact opposite. This legislation set a minimum, not maximum, and it returned decision-making power to council, giving Auckland Council the flexibility to plan based on the needs and the voice of the communities. Housing policy isn't just the numbers. It's about smart and sustainable planning. It's about building in the right place, backed by the infrastructure to support it. If there is a demand, council can still enable more housing in the right places. Now, it is up to Auckland Council to work with Aucklanders, including people in Mount Roskill, to decide where growth should happen and where it should not. I commend this bill to the House.
So, 5-minute split call. Camilla Bellich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And well, look where we are. What an absolute mess this government has made of the housing decisions that they purport to hold so dear to their heart. We are here under urgency, all stages urgency, deciding the housing policy of our biggest city. And why are we in urgency? I was here for some of the committee stage. I've yet to hear a good answer, and I think the reason is, we all know why, that Minister Chris Bishop has purported to be an urbanist, has purported to support intensification, but every time any one of his cabinet colleagues or other coalition partners looks at his proposal around housing, he loses another 200,000. So we started off with 2 million, then we had 1.6 million, and then now in the House it's 1.4 million. As the days we're going to tick by in Select Committee, who knows how many fewer housing opportunities Aucklanders would have had with the import of ACT, with the advice of David Seymour and the local constituents who do not have the same vision of intensification that we know is needed for Auckland, with the people like Christopher Luxon losing their nerve and not wanting more houses in Auckland. We would have got fewer and fewer. So as Leader of the House, we're in urgency because he wants to get this through. But sadly for Aucklanders, it is a much weaker proposal that shows that he has lost the fight around intensification in Auckland. Because make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, this bill will result in less housing opportunity and fewer houses for Aucklanders. Yeah. That's what this bill will do. And if we look at the history of this, we have had Auckland Council doing the heavy lifting in relation to planning for Auckland. And despite what this government is doing today, we see them again frustrating Auckland Council through not only taking their unitary plan and saying that they have to fundamentally change that. They've said, OK, then we're going to have the MDRS. We've seen flip-flopping from Nicola Willis through supporting intensification, and then she's been overruled again by some of the Conservative voices in her caucus. Then we've seen plan change. I think it was 78. There's so many different numbers here, Mr. Speaker. And then we've seen plan change 120, and we thought that we had the policy moving forward for Auckland housing, but we were wrong. This was going to be changed again and again for no good reason that Aucklanders can find out. And this is a huge disappointment, Mr. Speaker, because we need more houses in Auckland. We know that housing is fundamentally important to people. When we were in government, we had a housing first policy. We believe that everyone has the right to a warm, dry home. We believe in home ownership, and we believe that the way to get there is to allow more housing. But what have we seen from this government? Not only watering down the opportunities for people to build houses, and it's been said again and again in this House, but when we talked about 2 million houses, we were talking about opportunities for those people who own those properties to consider planning decisions on their own property. And so ironically, we have seen the Libertarian Party in this Parliament decide that they do not have the right to do that, and they will not have the opportunity to build in their own properties, despite the fact that they may want to. So it is just quite ironic, Mr. Speaker, that we have landed in this place when once again seeing this government turn their back on an opportunity to create more houses for Auckland. And of course, Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying, these decisions around housing need to be carefully planned. They need to be not put in places where they're going to be at risk of natural disaster. They need to be put in sensible places where there's an opportunity for them to be close to public transport networks and close to all the things that people need in their life. There needs to be careful planning around that. What we've seen from this government is the opposite of careful planning. We're seeing them once again pass the buck to Auckland Council. So every time someone has an issue with planning, they can say, well, it wasn't our fault. We passed a bill and we just said it's Auckland Council's decision to put in place everything that needs to be considered when planning is in place. And so it's all going to be Auckland Council's fault. We've already seen Mapgate, where the Minister and the Mayor were having a public stoush over the facts of whether Auckland Council was going to spend more money doing very, very complicated maps that the Minister said would be so easy, and it's not the case. So, Mr. Speaker, again, we see this government turning its back on housing.
Mr. Speaker.
Shannon Halbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here we are rewriting Tāmaki Makoto's Auckland's housing plan through urgency unnecessarily. Over the past few hours, we have debated the merits of this particular legislation without hearing the voices of thousands of Aucklanders via their submissions, who sent them in good faith to enable Auckland Council to hear their views on housing intensification in the future of Auckland. If I go back exactly 3 years, Mr. Speaker, when Megan Woods and Nicola Willis stood on a stage together in a bipartisan way, making a commitment to growing the number of houses in Auckland, that is what New Zealanders wanted to see between this party and that party. Because anyone that understands infrastructure in Auckland knows about the importance of bipartisanship, taking a joint approach to addressing the housing crisis, the housing needs that we desperately need to resolve in Auckland. But 3 years ago, just prior to the election, the National Party bailed on that plan, the work that had been done, and in many respects, the ideas that they had put forward that we supported. And here we are 3 years later. We've gone from a plan that enabled 2 million houses in Auckland to then 1.6, as outlined in the regional in the impact statement, to now, lo and behold, dropped before us last night a plan that only achieves 1.4 million houses and protects leafy suburbs as directed by David Seymour and Simeon Brown in Epsom and in Pakuranga. How is that fair for a city trying to address a housing crisis, to enable young people to purchase their own homes in our largest city in Aotearoa, that suddenly these suburbs are exempt, and suburbs like those in the North Shore aren't exempt or aren't hearing their voices concerned because this legislation has been pushed under urgency before hearing the submissions that thousands of Aucklanders have put up? How is that fair? In Northcote, we understand what good design looks like. Under a Labour government, we invested in increasing the number of houses. And listen to this, Minister Potaka, we invested in good transport links, in schools being available, in recreational centres and in water infrastructure. But at the other end, what we see is communities who have had loud voices on this issue, hundreds through the submission process, not be acknowledged through this government's force of this legislation to go through under urgency. Because their community has unique points of difference. They come from a coastal area that makes building and intensification in their relevant community far more complex than those that are established in areas like Northcote, that have good transport links like the Northern Busway, that have the housing and infrastructure in place. And today, Madam Speaker, I'm asking, where is their voice being heard in this legislation? most people in Auckland believe in upzoning areas. They understand the need for growth. But growth needs good planning, good design, good amenities, good local schools in and around that. Today, the Minister puts forward a legislation that has fallen short in many respects. It's pandered to politics today because this government and the National Party is feeling the pressure of the polls that sit in front of them. Their more conservative members and their Prime Minister Christopher Luxon and Simeon Brown have undermined Chris Bishop as the Minister in the decisions that he needed to make to unlock the housing issues that Auckland sees, but most of all fulfil the urbanist mantra that he said that he believed in. This is a shocking outcome from a government that can't make decisions and cannot plan for the future.
I call Greg Fleming.
What a pleasure it is, Madam Speaker, to take the final call on this excellent piece of legislation. At the heart of this legislation is one of the best parts of this House when it operates at its best. It's listening to the people. And that's what this bill is about, Madam Speaker. Really, it's nothing less and nothing more. It's the fact that the people of Auckland said, hey, we'd like some changes to this, and we've listened, and we are making those changes. We have reduced the minimum limit, not the maximum limit, we've reduced the minimum limit to 1.4 million houses. We have put in place a transitional system for those who were building under the previous plan change, under PC 78 and their 3x3s. And we have ensured that the ongoing consultation process will be rigorous and will be complete. And that is why this is a great piece of legislation. It's a great piece of legislation for Maunga-Kia. It's a great piece of legislation for Tamaki Makaurau. It's a great piece of legislation for Aotearoa. And I commend it to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
Tāku Te Whereas.
1 vote opposed.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to.
Resource Management Auckland Housing Amendment Bill, third reading.
I call on Government Order of the Day number 5.
Local Government Auckland Council Transport Governance Amendment Bill, committee stage.
I declare the House in committee for consideration of the Local Government Auckland Council Transport Governance Amendment Bill.
Members, the House is in committee on the Local Government Auckland Council Transport Governance Amendment Bill. Members, we start with Part 1, the debate on clauses 4 to 11, amendments to Part 1 and 2 of the Principal Act. The question is that Part 1 stand apart.
Mr Chair.
The Honourable James Meagher.
Well, Mr Chair, as the Associate Transport Minister, it's a real pleasure to sit in the chair for this committee stage of the Local Government Auckland Council Transport Governance Amendment Bill, and as the Minister for the South Island, I'm particularly proud to stand here and support my Northern South Island colleagues in this important transport bill. Mr Chair, can I just begin this contribution by thanking the Transport and Infrastructure Committee for all their work on the bill, to the submitters who made their submissions and made their views heard, particularly those from Auckland, thank you for your contribution. Mr Chair, there's a widespread view that the current model for transport governance in Auckland is not working, and I think the Mayor of Auckland expresses this as strongly as anyone in this House possibly could. There is a lack of democratic accountability for transport decision making in Auckland, and unlike other proud, strong regions around the country, in Auckland, the unelected Auckland Transport Board is responsible for most local transport functions, usually performed by local authorities. Public trust and confidence, I understand, in Auckland Transport is quite low at the moment, and Auckland Council elected members have little say over transport decisions despite being responsible for setting the rates that help fund the local transport system. Mr Chair, there is also a lack of long-term aligned transport planning between Auckland Council and the Crown. Duplicative planning processes happen across transport agencies without coherent overarching direction. The aims of this bill are therefore simple: to increase democratic accountability and to strengthen long-term transport planning between Auckland Council and the Crown. I do look forward to members' contributions on this issue from across the House. Mr Chair, the structure of the bill is as follows. The first part amends parts 1 and 2 of the LGACA, as I think we'll all be referring to it throughout this bill as an acronym. And then the second amends part 4, third amends part 8. But I'll go on to the general scope of the debate in terms of the number of key policy proposals, because we don't need to talk about the structure too much. The bill does a number of important things. It establishes the Auckland Regional Transport Committee, or the ARTC, which is a joint government and Auckland Council committee. It will shift most local transport functions from Auckland Transport to Auckland Council. It will reform Auckland Transport into a Transport Council-controlled organisation, or a CCO. It's a bit of an acronym city here this morning, but a CCO, which is focused on providing public transport services in Auckland. Within Auckland Council itself, the bill will confer specific transport responsibilities to local boards, and the bill also provides for a 6-month transition period to allow implementation to take place. Mr Chair, I'll also draw the Committee of the Whole's attention to an amendment paper in the name of Minister Bishop. That is amendment paper number 564, which is on the table for people if they would like to refer to it. The amendments are mostly minor in nature. They do things like replace references to Auckland Council in the Fast Track Approvals Act 2024. Replace references to Auckland Transport to Auckland Council. The amendment paper removes a clause relating to delegations by Auckland Council to the Transport CCO, as it is inconsistent with an earlier clause. It clarifies the intended scope of one of the employment provisions, and it removes reference to the Auckland Transport in the Land Transport Management (time of use charging) Amendment Act 2025. The final amendment in the amendment paper provides a safeguard to ensure that local boards do not obstruct regionally significant transport projects or services. The bill itself confers local boards' decisions over matters that relate to identity of place and where community engagement and expertise are seen to be beneficial. The governing body makes decisions that are of regional importance and where a network approach is required to ensure connectivity and an efficient flow of traffic, including for freight and public transport. But there may be some times in which regional and local decision making intersect, and this amendment is intended to mitigate the risk of local boards obstructing regionally significant transport projects or services. The amendment paper makes a number of other changes that I'm sure members will talk to throughout this debate.
Tangi Utakiri.
Kia ora, Mr Chair. It's a pleasure to take Labour's first call at committee stage on this bill. I want to just acknowledge the Associate Transport Minister for a fairly comprehensive overview of the bill and where we're going to head, albeit we're at part 1. Perhaps it was somewhat of an audition for tomorrow, because I'm looking over there and thinking, actually, he's my pick for promotion tomorrow. There we go. So I do thank the Minister for taking us through that. Mr Chair, one of the things that the Select Committee did make a change around, and it is in part 1, is in relation to clause 4. And often when we come to the interpretation clause, a lot of that actually is already effectively dealt to. But one of the changes that the committee did recommend, and unanimously, so all the parties that are represented there were of the same view, and this was in direct response to submissions received around the requirement for the new agency to pull together an integrated or a 30-year transportation plan. And we'll get to how that approval process comes in between the Minister and the Mayor of Auckland later in this bill. But one thing that we did hear about was the need for the documentation to be, or the plan to be, in a format that is accessible. Now, this is very important because what was referenced was the fact that if a plan is being pulled together that is seeking to meet the needs of all of Auckland, then an important part of that would be for those folk in the community who have a disability, for them to be able to effectively engage as part of that process. So my first question to Minister Meagher is whether he is satisfied that the definition in terms of interpretation of the new clause 3, or subclause 3, under 4, accessible format means a copy of a document in an alternative form that gives persons who have a print disability access to the document. Is he satisfied that that effectively is a catch-all that covers the various needs of those that may have a disability, because it is around print? There's nothing there that talks about audio, around audio-visual, around visual issues, and it may be that actually the Minister is comfortable that, the use of or acknowledgement of those that have a print disability means that it effectively can encourage perhaps non-traditional means, as some might describe it. I'm not describing that myself. The second question is further down in relation to clause 8. This is about the functions of and duties and powers of local boards. Now, we all know that when the committee was working through this particular bill, the arrangements for Auckland are discreetly different than any other community in New Zealand. They are the only community to have a local board set up. And so one of the things that we did spend a wee bit of time on was ensuring that the local boards, vis-a-vis the governing body, had the right form of responsibility to be able to deliver for the transportation needs of their local communities. And so when we see under clause 8, subclause 2, there's a change in allocation to conferred, and that might just mean that actually, for all intents and purposes, it is exactly the same thing, but it's more around the responsibilities that are conferred upon or given over to the local boards. That means perhaps, I assume, that local boards could choose to do something about it or not do something about it, whereas an allocation implies that there needs to be some sort of positive action around taking up some opportunities. Now, that change in terms of the powers has also been inserted further as they relate to not just undertaking the functions, but being able to exercise those that are conferred under the new subclause 2 DB. So I think I'll just leave those questions now. I've still got some more to go.
He's got an amendment.
Cameron Luxon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate having a chance to contribute to this committee of the whole, because I have an amendment on the table, and this amendment number is 568. Look, Mr. Chair, the reason for this amendment, and I'm hoping the Minister will have a chance to speak to it after my brief contribution.
I think the amendment, is this part 1 or is your amendment for part 2?
Clause 14? Clause 14?
I believe it's part 2, clause 14.
Oh,
I'll see it as a practice run.
Thank you.
The Honourable James Meagher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think just in response to the definition of the new definition of accessible format, I think the term is broad enough to encompass a situation where if someone has a disability related to the ability to digest or comprehend print documents, that an alternative form is made available, or an accessible form is made available. So we think it's broad enough to encapsulate a broad range of disabilities that might impact someone, whether that is a visual or a comprehension, as long as something's provided in a format which makes it accessible. That would meet the test, I think, in that section.
Dr. Tracy McClellan, and I'll just indicate the member I will be interrupting at 5:02. So if she does have a question, then she might like to time it around
Okay, well, I will, bearing that in mind,
Mr Chair, I will select a question that can be delivered in a very concise manner and limit my opening statements to another section where I may give them a little bit more airing. So let me just skip straight ahead and note one point before asking my question. And if I look at the regulatory impact statement, I think one of the key constraints on the analyses that had been done with this bill was clearly stated that there were not the normal opportunities to essentially consult with the public, and that's notwithstanding the fact that the Minister and the Mayor of Auckland were afforded the opportunity to have lots of conversations. So it's not a criticism per se, it's just noting that public consultation perhaps didn't happen in the way that it could have, which therefore I suppose just highlights. I want to also pick up on my colleague Tangi Utikiri's question about local boards, because it is an unusual situation and compared to the rest of the country. 21 local boards, they have a lot more sort of powers, so to speak, than what we might be used to elsewhere in the country. So I just had a very specific question about whether the Minister can just give us a brief, given the time that's remaining available to us, a little bit of commentary about whether the changes, the policy sort of that sits behind this insofar as whether the changes better align Auckland with Transport Government's arrangements either elsewhere in the country, or whether this bill, he feels confident, strikes that right balance between what the local boards are now empowered to do versus the coordination that's going to be required to make sure that those are integrated correctly within the broader sense.
Mr Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I think, speaking generally, the changes in this bill will allow for more direct decision making at a elected representative level, and I think in terms of some of the comments made around consultation at the start, of course we had the select committee process, and the Mayor of Auckland I think was pretty forthright and vocal on this being a focus of his throughout his election campaign. So these kind of issues I think have been aerated and circulated around Auckland, and I'm sure Mayor Brown would point to his significant mandate as a justification for having aerated these issues quite thoroughly. But of course the select committee process also had the opportunity for people to make quite a significant contribution as well. And I think that was the gist of most of that, I think.
Members, the government has indicated that it wishes to end urgency, therefore the time has come for me to report progress.
The House is resumed.
Madam Speaker, the committee has considered the Local Government Auckland Council Transport Government's Amendment Bill and reports that it has made progress on the bill. Madam Speaker, I move the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. All those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The bill is set down for further consideration in committee next sitting day. The House is adjourned until 2 p.m. today.